Keep me filled with satisfaction when we're done. Satisfaction of what's to come. I couldn't ask for another. No, I couldn't ask for another.
That's right.
Your groove, I do deeply dig. No walls, only the bridge. My supper dish, my crocketesh wish.
Sing it, baby.
I couldn't ask for another. No, I couldn't ask for another. Groove is in the heart. Groove is in the heart. Groove is in the heart.
Astronomical.
Groove is in the heart.
Watch out.
The depth of who the groove moves us to the nth loop. We'll go through to what is a who. I couldn't ask for another. No, I couldn't ask for another. DJ Soul was on a roll. I've been told he can't be sold. He's not vicious or malicious, just lovely and delicious. I couldn't ask for another.
Something lurks in this torso. Heart got a deal you wanna know. Delightful, truly delightful. Making it, doing it, especially at a show. Feeling kinda high like a Hendrix haze. Music makes motion moves like a maze. All inside of me, heart especially. Hilt of a rhythm where I wanna be. Come on, flowing, glowing with electric eyes. You dip to the dive, baby, you'll realize. Baby, you'll see the funk inside of me. Baby, you'll see that rhythm is the key. Get with it, can't think, quit it. Stomp on the street when I hear funk blue playing pop pipe. Follow her to shoot, baby, just sing about the groove.
Sing it.
Groove is in the heart. Groove is in the heart. Groove is in the heart. Groove is in the heart.
Good morning, friends. I was doing a little dance along there, right? Were you? Get moving here. It's early here in California, 6:30 in the morning. But welcome to day 3 of the People Summit. Welcome. We have an amazing lineup today. I'm Scott Shute. I'm the co-founder of Changing Work, and Changing Work, along with Hacking HR, we're the co-hosts of the People Summit this year. Changing Work, we're trying to change work from the inside out by talking about conscious business and supporting the people who do conscious business and promoting the principles. We have a fantastic lineup today. We have got for you David Seamus, who is the CEO of the Obama Foundation. We have got Sharon Salzberg, meditation teacher extraordinaire. We've got Gretchen Rubin, famous author. We've got so many great speakers and meditations and movement planned for you. We are very excited, and I hope you are too. Yes. Okay. Our first guest this morning is Robin Hanley Defoe. Hi. Good morning, Robin.
Good morning, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
Excited to be here with you.
Yay. Well, thanks for joining us. I'm going to read a little bit of your bio, and then we'll
Sure.
jump into it. So Robin is described as one of the most sought-after, engaging, thought-provoking, and truly transformational international speakers and scholars in her field. She's a multi-award-winning education and psychology instructor, author, and resiliency expert. She specializes in resiliency, navigating stress and change and personal wellness in the workplace. She's a 2-time TEDx speaker, and she is the author of the book Stress Wisely: How to Be Well in an Unwell World, which happens to be the the title of our talk this morning. So before we dive into the detail, the mental, I want to go to the heart a little bit. What is one thing that makes your heart light up?
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful question, Scott. For definitely, it's seeing my kids. I have three teenagers, and seeing them come into their own, like be their own
Mm,
people, and develop their own thoughts and feelings, and just seeing them grow and being like good humans has just lit my heart on fire these last 20, 18, and 16 years.
that's beautiful.
Thanks.
And what's funny, and just interesting, is that basically everybody says the same thing.
Yeah.
What lights us up is our connections, and
Our
usually it's our
connections.
kids. What gives us hope is usually the future and our kids. So when we're thinking about all these heady topics and how to make work a better place, I think about, well, how do we make it a better place for our kids or for the
Mhm.
next generation or for the people that we love that are coming behind us?
Mhm. Absolutely.
Okay, we're talking about stress.
Mhm.
Stress wisely. I mean, stress gets a bad rap.
Mhm.
Can stress be a good thing?
Absolutely, and actually, that was, like, the genesis behind why I wanted to create this body of work and be able to write about this topic, because one of the things that I really kinda grappled with is that, folks hear things like stress is going to kill you, stress is destroying relationships, stress is, the enemy, when what I understood in my research is that when we know how our stress systems work, we can appreciate that this is our like first line of defense. And this is what's keeping us alive if we know how to make stress our ally versus our enemy. So I wanted to have a wee bit of a reckoning about our understanding about stress because it's one of our greatest assets.
Awesome. Maybe could you talk about how we are Homo sapiens and the stress response has actually kept us alive all these years?
Absolutely. And often when we think about our stress systems, we think about that traditional like flight or flight. And what I think is really helpful to help kind of discern is yeah, absolutely. This is the system we're hardwired with. And its response is so important, Scott, because it's a reflex. It's not something that you have to be like, oh, it's danger. I need to respond to this. It's the fact that your body, from this deep biological level, knows what to do. It's sensing threat and danger before your consciousness even recognizes it. So it's a reflex. And one of the things that we're seeing right now is this evolution of that system, where it's not just about our fight or flight anymore. It's actually having these secondary systems, Scott, where it's also we're starting to see freezing behavior, where our brain sends us the cue it's just freeze, don't say anything, don't do anything. That's your best chance to get out of this difficult situation, maybe a difficult meeting or a difficult argument. Or we're also seeing the fawning response, which essentially is this idea that this reflex is just to placate, just to like do whatever that
Mm.
wants you to do because that's your best chance of survival. So again, these are reflexes that we don't get to choose what response we have. It's our body's way of keeping us safe and being able to identify threat.
Interesting. So these systems have kept us alive. And I sometimes think, well, alive is kind of a low bar, in today's world. So, so if we're looking for more than alive, if we're
Yeah.
thriving or happy or productive, whatever those things are, how do we learn how to work with it? Identify what's happening and then do whatever is next.
Yeah, I think what that's such a great question, Scott. So again, you're right. This is like the lowest baseline and like how do we keep this person, again, as you said, alive? And one of the kind of skills, and we think about stressing wisely, is to cultivate that intuitiveness or that awareness of like what systems are being activated and then be able to respond in the most functional way that brings us closer to our goals. So for example, if we're in this heightened state of arousal or stress, one of the things that we might notice is that like everything feels urgent. Like everything feels super important. We feel like we have that scarcity mindset where we don't have enough time in the day to accomplish everything we want to accomplish. So simply starting to notice, wow, I notice I'm feeling really like restless. I'm feeling that sense of urgency, and then responding in a way of perhaps like slowing down, smooth is fast. And then we can start getting back into a state of flow where our nervous system is actually re-regulated. So part of what we're learning how to do is work with the system versus just kind of always giving in to what those reflexes are trying to do. Because again, it's just meant to get our attention. What we do next is where we have agency and where we can make better choices.
Okay. So it starts with awareness. Like,
Yeah.
I've got a lot going on. I can
Mhm.
see that I'm starting to feel. Before I get there,
Mhm.
it seems like there's been a lot of talk or research in the last 10 or 20 years about the things that make us stress,
Mhm.
right? So between food and sleep and whatever, like what's the best thinking on that set of activities? Like what can I do to not get myself in the stress response as much in the first place?
Scott, I love that question. And one of the things we talk about a lot in my work and how I support groups all around the world is this notion of learning how to cope ahead of time. So instead of waiting until we're stressed and overwhelmed or even burned out, thinking about what are those behaviors or habits or tactics that I can do ahead of time to ensure that I'm well resourced. So that way, when I do have that reflex and that reaction, I'm able to have what we call a shorter comeback rate, which is the
Mm,
rate in which it takes to bounce back to being okay, which is the heart of my research around human resiliency.
mm.
So, strategies around how do you cope ahead of time? Probably the one that people often miss. And sometimes I talk about this as like we're stepping over $100 bills to pick up pennies
Yeah.
is not thinking about our sleep. Because when
Oh,
we are sleep deprived, like there's a reason why people use that in human torture. Like really,
mhm,
like there is a reason because it compromises your cognitive system so significantly. So having a good night's sleep, ensuring that we're getting enough rest. And sometimes I get a wee bit discouraged when people think that like, oh, you got to wake up at 5 a.m. Like only if you're going to bed at 9, right? Like we need to actually ensure that we're getting quality sleep because when you are well resourced in sleep currency, you're going to be able to cope appreciably better than if you're working deprived. And so,
mm,
again, starting with those basics, making sure that we have movement early in our day and also movement, Scott, peppered throughout the day. Like
mm,
interestingly, when we look at the data around human movement, especially for high performers who have like taken it to the next level, they've realized it's not just getting those, let's say 10,000 steps in the morning. Because what happens right now, we see people are getting a lot of physical activity in the morning and then they're sedentary for the rest of the day. So,
mm,
making sure that we have movement peppered throughout the day. It's better to have a distribution of movement than having it all just in one category.
mhm.
Although any movement's better than no movement, right? So again, appreciating what are some of those easy wins, having some good physical activity, ensuring we are well rested actually increases our capacity for resiliency.
Love it. Interestingly enough, I feel like we have known this as a people for a long time.
Yeah.
So so what is it that gets in our way? Like, it feels
Mm.
like we know the answers.
Yeah.
Sleep well, hydrate,
Mhm.
blah, blah, blah. Why do we still find ourselves on the treadmill and freaking out and burning out?
Yeah, I think you're asking such an interesting, fascinating question about the human condition because just because we know better doesn't mean we do better. So there's
Yeah.
this pretty substantive knowledge gap in terms of what we know and what we do. And I think part of the issue, there's lots of different variables, but part of it is a lot of just the noise in society telling us like this is the right way to do life. Like, even though
Mm,
we have these like old lessons that are like deep wisdom at this point, we have this kind of idea about what we call like hype cycling or hype culture, where it's like,
mm,
what's the next big, bright, shiny thing? And we just get lost in all of that noise and we get distracted. And right now, I would say we have a population of persons that are so significantly distracted from the things that matter most. And
mm,
unfortunately, it's not until a lot of folks get that like wake up call, right? Like that kind of like 2x4 to the face, whether it be a phone call, a diagnosis, a loss of a job, an end of a relationship, when all of a sudden they realize, whoa, this is not what I signed up for. And somehow I've gotten off track. And part of what I want to encourage people to do is like, how do we wake up before the wake up call?
mm. Yes. Yes. How do we wake up before the wake up call? It's kind of human nature, right? We like, what can I get away with?
Yeah.
Oh, if I can get away with 7 hours of sleep, can I
Mhm.
get away with six and a half? And like, until we can't. And then
Mhm.
it's like, oh.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about the difference between healthy stress and unhealthy stress. So I'm particularly thinking about if, a lot of our audience are HR
Mhm.
leaders or leaders in general. If you're creating a work environment and you're trying to get stuff done, a high productive, high performing environment, it feels like you want a little bit of tension in the system,
Mhm.
to make stuff happen. But then how do we find that perfect balance of having the tension without, putting people into overload, including ourselves?
Yeah, again, great question. And one of the things that we often try to kind of clarify is that like there really isn't such thing as like good stress or bad stress. Like stress is all the same. Like when we think about it on like a biological level and like chemistry level, it's like your body can't differentiate being like, "Oh, this is like cortisol that's being released because I have a really important job interview or if I'm being chased by a bear." Right? Like our body doesn't like sort through it and be like, "Oh, I like these ones, I don't like those ones." It's all the same. So the question then becomes if it's not this idea of morality, good versus bad, it comes down to the doses of cortisol on a daily basis. Like how many hits of cortisol is your nervous system trying to metabolize and process in any given day? And especially the piece that I would want to bring attention to our HR friends is that a lot of your teammates and your colleagues have already hit their threshold of cortisol before they even get to work. Like even
Mm,
just navigating their home life, even navigating like transportation, just
mm,
hearing the news, watching things on our devices, like they've maybe already crossed the threshold where their body is just chock full of cortisol. So the
mm,
question becomes, how do we cultivate practices where we can actually ensure that we have that psychological safety within these work environments where
mm,
people are able to re-regulate essentially on the fly? And one of the other pieces that I really try to bring to folks' attention is there's like a dual responsibility here. Like our teammates, our employees, they have an obligation to come up and come into the work at in the best possible state that they can, right? Like they
mm,
have a responsibility to ensure that they're mitigating their stress outside of work. So then that way they're able to show up and be productive and
mm.
contributors. And also we want to cultivate practices within the work ecosystem that they also are able to thrive and be able to be high performers. So again, it's like not just like, hey, make sure you're super resilient people because we're going to put you through the ringer, right? So we want to make sure that like our work environment, but also again, it's like again, and it isn't passing the blame onto the employees like, hey, you have to make sure you're super tough because life here is really hard. It's this idea that it's like it's worth it because it's going to help you feel better, right? So we're not
Mm.
doing resiliency for the sake of resiliency. We're doing it because we want you to be on your A game so that way you have the opportunity to be again a contributor, to feel productive, to feel essentially like that you're managing everything that's all those moving parts of your job.
There is so much wisdom in there. First, I just want to touch on the all stress is the same. I think of it like, as you were talking about, it, I thought of it like chocolate cake.
Yeah.
It's all about the size of the dose.
Yeah.
You know, if I have one piece of chocolate cake, it's amazing. But if I have 9 pieces of chocolate cake, it's poison. Right.
Exactly.
And
Mhm.
something like stress is the same. Like if I need that little boost to kind of get
Mhm.
things going and be excited and have this response system that is amazing. But when we're overdosed,
Mhm.
that's when it's a problem.
Yeah.
Um, let's dig in some more. I love
Mhm.
this idea of, okay, what can an HR leader or any leader do in the work environment? You started with psychological safety,
Mhm.
single biggest factor in creating high performing teams.
Mhm.
Do we feel safe around each other? What are the other things that we can do to create that environment where everybody's bringing their own thing, but it can be as healthy as it can be?
Yeah, again, really interesting kind of thought there. And when we think about psychological safety, it doesn't mean that like it's a free for all, right? Like it's like, I want people to show up to work their like wisest self, right? Like I don't want people bringing their whole self into the work because there's some things that we need to like address and identify like outside of the workplace. So it's not as if we're creating these like, crying couches in every space and it's just like bring it all here because we're not trained, right? Our teams aren't trained to manage the whole entity of the human condition. So when we think about psychological safety, it's like, is what I'm asking you within reasonable human limits? Right? Like, is what I'm asking you something that within the time allotted or the resources or the energy that is expected in this role, is it something that is possible to deliver? And even when we start there, Scott, and we look at people's task list or their priorities, and we even look at it from that lens, is this humanly possible to do? What is so shocking, often it's not even like it's not like there's no way that a
Mm,
person would be able to deliver the task that we're asking them to do. So just that check and balance about like, is this reasonable? The other one is like, how do we manage feedback? I know, for example, whenever I get feedback, my first response, Scott, is I don't like the person anymore. Whoever just gave me feedback, I'm like, now I don't like you. So again, why is that? Well, because often the feedback isn't actually constructive or helpful. It tends to be very personal. And so again, thinking about, okay, how do we kind of shift that ego aside so that way I can have a real conversation to help people be able to take that information and be able to level up, to adapt, to adjust versus it feeling really punitive, right? So again, if I feel that the person who's providing me the feedback wants me to succeed, wants me to be able to hear this information, to be able to dial in my work, then I'm going to have it like, I'm going to listen to it in a really different way versus if I'm like scared or if I'm feeling threatened, then I'm going to shut down. And the other piece is one of the things that's quite interesting around psych safety. One of the best ways to like break psychological safety is when bad behavior is left unaddressed. So when we let people get away with it, in terms of maybe just like, oh, well, that's just the way that person is, or, this is how
Yeah.
we've always done it, or, I'm sure he didn't mean it, or they didn't mean it. That actually creates this idea of the fact that bad behavior is tolerated. And when bad behavior or behavior out of line that's tolerated, nobody can feel safe.
Those are some great tips. Man, you pack a lot of wisdom into a 2-minute response. That's pretty good. Pretty awesome.
Thanks.
I want to just point it out. So you mentioned a couple things as we think about being a better leader, being a better HR manager, HR business partner, not letting bad behavior go unchecked,
Mhm.
right? This is a really simple thing. You can even think about this as a parent.
Mhm. Yeah.
If one kid is doing something that the other X kids are not doing, and we all see it. Same thing happens at work. If we say that we're going to have a no jerks rule or whatever it
Yeah.
is, then we need to enforce it
Mhm.
when that behavior happens. And the other thing you mentioned was around providing feedback,
Mhm.
right? A surefire way of breaking psychological safety is to behave badly as a manager in providing feedback or at all.
Mhm.
So actually, let's take that one and poke into it. How do we provide feedback in a great way, in a A+ way?
I love that question again. Okay, so number one, my invitation for feedback is to sit beside the person, right? So ear to ear conversations whenever we're delivering feedback for like first round of feedback is appreciably more effective because that feels like a coach to a player versus like a hierarchical kind of to a subordinate. Okay, so sit beside them and we're gonna like, hey, we're gonna check this out, and I want to give you an example. So when you're giving people feedback, show them the example, not just theoretical. So when you send this email, for example, I noticed you use this language. I'm kind of curious. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you were thinking here? And like, okay, so get their thinking and be like, all right, so the process that we use here is something that looks like this. And I'm going to give you an example. So often feedback is provided with like 85 different kind of shades of gray where people have like no idea what you're actually saying. Give them an example, which means we can have quicker conversations because we're just going to talk about it in time about one thing versus waiting till we come in with this laundry list and have here are the 74 things that we're concerned about your performance. We're just going to shut people down. So early feedback from more of a coaching perspective is the first round. Now, let's say, for example, let's use your example of the no jerk rule, right? And somebody says something and you're like, hey, you know what? We actually are going to pause right now because flag on the play. How you just deliver that piece of information, I'm curious how you thought that was going to be helpful, right? And actually give them a chance to actually save face in real time, right? So actually say, hey, curious, how did you think that was helpful? And give them the opportunity to make it so that they didn't have a jerky response because maybe it was a reaction. It wasn't something that they gave a lot of thought to. Now, let's say they're like, no, they were being a jerk. Then we're going to have across the table feedback. So it's this idea of having escalated feedback. And again, it works in more than just kind of an HR setting, right? It works even just when we're trying to correct and modify behavior in our family systems or in our community or heck, even with your neighbors.
I love it. Okay, thinking about a manager who wants to create psychological safety on their team, but they barely even know what that means, right? What are 2 or 3 or 4 like simple things that they could do that will increase the level of psychological safety on the team?
Okay, number one, when you're in a meeting, I want you to always let the junior person speak first. So,
Oh,
whoever is the most junior around the table or in the group, let them speak first. Because soon as the senior or the person with the most power speaks first, everybody likely just falls into line, right? And so we
mm,
actually aren't getting new ideas. We're not actually creating spaces for them to be able to contribute. Number two is to do a lot of hear back. So it's like, okay, just to double check what I'm hearing is this. So what we're doing there is we're reinforcing the points that we really want to be giving people voice and giving people opportunity to contribute so people feel seen and understood. And again, with all the fast pace, with all these quick transactions, a lot of times we drop the ball, there's miscommunication. So just doing a little bit of hear back, letting the junior person speak first is just simple, straightforward ways of having these practices that create meetings that are actually more congruent to people feeling seen and heard and also able to contribute. So it's not just that they have like a seat at the table, they have a voice at the table too.
good, 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 good stuff. The junior person first. I love that. And do you actually call on them like, hey, Katie, I'd love to hear what you have to say about this one?
Yeah, and we use that as a practice. Like we just use that as the practice so that way it becomes self-governing, where it's like we always let the junior person go first. It helps them feel included versus just sitting on the periphery forever and never really getting a chance to be feeling part of the team. Because ultimately, psychological safety, yes, it's this idea of ensuring that people are safe from harm and reprisal and fear. But what we do instead is cultivate a sense of belonging. Because when we feel that sense of belonging, then we can ask for help. We can seek mentorship. We're able to, be able to feel as though we are part of something, which again will elevate that sense of safety because we're part of a team, we're part of a group, a community, a clan.
Beautiful. Now, as you've researched this topic and the
Mhm.
topics around them, what have been some of the most surprising things you've learned about stress or how we respond to stress?
Okay, so I think I had a few like moments as I was doing the research for Stress Wisely where I was just again just so awe-inspired by the human condition. The first big takeaway is that so often we think about stress and like mitigating stress, we think about it on that physiological level, right? I get
Mm,
that sleep, nutrition, exercise, absence of disease, like we talked about, sleep is fundamental. One of the biggest startling responses that I saw in the research was that something like, for example, loneliness will kill you faster than a bad diet. That
whoa.
our connection matters and that we are social beings and we thrive when we are seen and heard and we do have that deep sense of belonging. So again,
Mm,
when people are feeling like, where do I even start? I want you to start with your relationships. I want you to start
mm,
because when we have that sense of security that we have when we are in meaningful relationships, all the other factors actually fall into place more with more ease, really, Scott. So that was
mm,
one of the ones about, again, just the importance of community. And I think in Western culture, we have this propensity to kind of celebrate the lone wolf. And the
mm,
reality is that's not what's going to get us through hard seasons. That's not
mm,
what's going to get us through difficult times. It's not about that idea of like grit and persistence. It's about
mhm,
support and it's about who are my allies? How do I ask for help? Because we're not meant to carry all of this alone.
mhm. This is such a big deal. We had the pandemic, but now we really have the pandemic of loneliness, the
Yes.
pandemic of disconnection. And so thinking about it in a work environment or thinking about it as a leader, what are some of the things that we can truly build those connections without it feeling forced, without it feeling cheesy? Like, what do we do about this?
I think what's important for us to recognize is that we've had a shift in terms of essentially who is the most lonely population on our planet. And it used to be elders. It used to be seniors and elders were the group that was feeling very disconnected. I think they found pickleball, so they seem to be on this, like, upswing, right? Where all of a sudden, like, they've shifted, and
I love that this is the answer to this global problem. Yeah, they all found pickleball. We're good.
it's a start, right? I think it's a good start, but they found community again, and
Yeah.
the group, though, that is that disconnected and the lost group isn't our elders anymore, it's actually our teenagers and our emerging adults. So the group that in history is the most digitally connected group ever is actually the loneliest group.
Mm,
So, as managers and HR professionals, being mindful that our new to career entry persons actually are our most vulnerable. And what's remarkable though is they kind of come into it with this like toughness, right? Like this, all with these boundaries and these, this really great kind of prospects or even just like perspectives of what future
Mm.
work's going to look like. But underneath it, there's a lot of fear and there's a lot of loneliness. So
Mhm.
instead of having like, oh, it's like community events and kind of creating these big opportunities, my intervention tends to lean towards small, impactful mentorship. So
Mm.
bringing somebody in, helping them have a trusted ally, right? So as soon as they come in the room, they're like, hey, this is going to be your go-to person for all questions. So we're going to pair you up with this person. Will actually
Mm.
accelerate the onboarding process significantly if they have an appointed peer. And then we start to go into small groups and being them included into small groups. So starting small and moving more in that direction versus, everybody get together on Thursday afternoon for this social activity. It just makes people
Mm.
who feel lonely even more excluded because they don't have a wing person. You need a wing person to start and then build up.
That is genius.
Mm.
You mentioned this, sometimes people are coming basically tapped out before they even walk in the
Mhm.
door at work or before they log into Zoom. How do we recognize when our peers or the people who are working with us and for us are at that point? How do
Mhm.
we recognize it? And then if we know that they're overwhelmed or overloaded, then what? What can we do?
Yeah. I think it all starts with that first interaction.
Mm.
So, for example, when you first see somebody in the morning, are like making eye contact? Like, are they buried in a device? Are they just kind of head down running into their office and not really connecting with everybody? We need that little bit of time to like recalibrate, get kind of into the workplace, and especially when we're dealing with in person. But we also want to do our best to create that for remote employees as well. So instead of like as soon as the Zoom or the meeting opens, jumping into tasks and jumping into transactional dialogue, having just a little bit of time to do like a little bit of a check-in. Like,
Mm.
hey, if you were going to like describe how you're feeling based on the weather, what's the weather like where you are, right? Is it like cloudy with a chance of wine? Is it like hail? Like, what is it that it looks like for you? Like, just doing a little bit of that human piece is really important. And the other piece, and actually this is from the writing of Toni Morrison, who wrote about this idea that one of the kindest things that we can do for our loved ones, which I think we can generalize to our teammates, is that when you first see a person, that your face lights up, that we're
Hmm.
genuinely excited to see one another. And I can share with you that's a practice I've done with my teenagers since they were little. And just recently, actually, one of Jackson's mates, they came home for basketball, and I stopped what I was doing and just really said hello and welcomed them home. And Jax went around the corner, and so did Carter. And Carter turned back to Jax and he said, "Gosh, your mom's like the golden retriever of mothers. Like, she gets so excited to see you." But even just that first contact, right? That
Yeah.
first contact sets the tone. And when somebody's not okay, right? Like we carry it, but we don't carry it as well as I think we do. And just to be
Mm.
like, hey, are you okay? Like, are you okay really? And one of the other kind of ways that we can do that is like, what is something I can take off your plate right now that
Mhm.
might make the next couple hours a bit easier?
Yeah,
Right. So I can't fix everything, but it's what's just one thing I can take off your plate for you to make the next few hours more manageable for you.
that's fantastic. Robin, genius.
Thanks.
Where can people find you or find out more about your work?
Oh, thank you for asking. So all my materials, the easiest way is the website, or on social, it's drrobinhd.ca, and on social, it's Dr. Robin. And I would love to be able to keep this conversation going with anyone who wants to keep chatting. So Scott, thank you for this time
Oh,
today.
for sure. And feel free, please do reach out to Dr. Robin. Okay, before we leave, what gives you hope?
What gives me hope is the idea that better days are ahead. That I
Mm.
believe in my heart that better days are ahead. We're learning, we're unlearning, we're growing, we're progressing. And I just can trust deeply that better days are ahead because we're asking questions and thinking about things, Scott, that we've never talked about before in the workplace. And
Mm.
so I'm very confident we're on a positive trajectory. So better days are ahead.
Beautiful. Dr. Robin HD, ladies
There
and
you
gentlemen.
take good care.
Thanks so much for being with us. I
My,
appreciate you.
my pleasure. Be well. Take good care.
All right. Thanks so much. All right, friends. Such such good stuff in a topic that seems well worn. Man, she had some good new information in there. I thought that was fantastic. Next up, Enrique, are you there?
I am here.
morning.
Good morning, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's good to see you. We have such a good program today. So
I know.
I'll let
It's
you-
amazing.
let you take it away with our next guest.
Thank you, Scott. See you soon. Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, good evening, everybody, whatever in the world you are connecting from today. Please let us know where that is. I see people from connecting in all social media platforms where we're broadcasting. Please just let us know in the chat where you are connecting from. It will be awesome to read your comments, your ideas, your insights, anything that you want to share with all of us in the community. But please let us know where you are. I am very excited, and I'm going to take what Robin said at the end of her chat with Scott, which is that she's hopeful about the fact that we are in a positive trajectory and good things are ahead of us. And that is a wonderful segue to very specifically talk about some of those positive things that are happening, some of the good stories from good people that can inspire us to do more positive things, not only in the workplace, and most of this conversation is centered in the workplace, but also doing more positive things in society and for all of us. So I am really, really excited to welcome Lucia and Gabriel to the stage with me. Hello, good morning. How are you doing?
We're
Good
doing great over
morning.
here.
Good.
So
I don't even know if it's morning for you. Is it morning for you right now?
It's morning.
It's
It's early
Well,
7
morning.
a.m.
Yeah.
here in Los Angeles. So
awesome. Well, it's fantastic to see you both. Thank you so much for being part of this People Summit. I am excited about the conversation we will have about the power of good people and their stories. And I know we have an amazing agenda and questions that I want to be asking you about some of those good stories. But I want to begin by just having you introduce yourselves, share with the audience more about you, the work you've done, and why would you write a book about good people and their stories? What's the story behind the story of writing this book? So, Lucia, let's start with you, and then we go to Gabriel.
Sure. So, candidly, Lucia is usually how I pronounce my name, but I
Lucia.
also in Spanish. So, Lucia en español y Lucia when I speak in English. But thank you so much, Enrique. We're going to talk a lot about the why of the book and what went into this. But briefly, I'm one of the co-creators of this book called Good People, Stories from the Best of Humanity, alongside Gabe. I've been with Upworthy for nearly a decade and have sort of seen the trajectory of social media and platforms coming out left and right. And we just saw an opportunity to sort of capture the goodness we were seeing on the internet by creating platforms that fostered connection online, which, as we know, is pretty rare these days. Genuine, deep connection. So I'll pass to Gabe.
Thank you, Lucia. Welcome. And I also speak Spanish, by the way. So,
Bueno, claro que sí.
así que podemos hablar
Just
español
briefly,
or
Rafaela.
just English. We're going to go a little bit back and forth here. But Lucia,
English, okay.
thank you so much for being here. I'm honored to have you in this conversation today. Gabriel, please go ahead.
I'm glad that the pressure isn't on me to speak Spanish because Lucia's is much better than mine. But Enrique, thank you so much for having me here. My name is Gabriel Reilich. I helped build and create the @Upworthy Instagram with Lucia, and which gave birth to this wonderful book. If you're wondering something personal about me, I like to look for cool rocks and go out into the desert and then find them and give them to friends of mine. And that's kind of a little bit about me. But this book, the reason we decided to create it is because there's something special going on social media that is often overlooked. And it's maybe particular to what we've built. And we wanted to preserve it and we wanted to share it with people. And when we say the power of good people and their stories, so it's about crossing paths with good people, and then what the effect is of sharing those interactions with the rest of the world. So, we're excited to talk more about that and really appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Well, thank you, Gabriel and Lucia, for being here. I am Once again, really humble and honored that you are joining us today. And let's begin here. In a world that seems to be drowning in negativity, right? I mean, you go, the first page of every newspaper in the world is everything is falling apart and everything is negative, right? Why would you try to create a space for positivity, knowing that probably those stories will be in the last page of the last section of that newspaper? Why are you trying to bring something positive to the front page when we know that very often, right, the negative is what sells more? And by the way, I ask you this question, in the context not only of society, but the workplace is part of society, and the workplace is a victim of this magnification of the negative rather than the positive. So why would you try to do this when we seem to be drawn more by the negative than the positive?
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead, Lucia? Or?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. I think I'm really glad for what you said, Enrique, around what's clickier, what's more sellable, which is rage-inducing content. That's not new. That's not news. It's sort of like from the beginning of media, it's much easier to outrage than it is to stoke sort of connection and positive feelings. But what we've found in our work, and I'll give you a little bit of context of what Upworthy is for those of you who aren't as familiar with our platform. We have built this massive social media presence based on the idea that you can share the best of humanity. By sharing the best of humanity with the world, it inspires others to go out and be their best selves, whether it's at work or whether it's in their day-to-day lives, etc. When you see good news or stories of people doing good, it opens your mind and your perspective to the possibility that the world is or can be, in fact, good. When all you're consuming, especially on Twitter, aka X, in every millisecond and microsecond that things are on fire, it makes you close. It makes you want to stay in bed and not move. Yeah. I can attest to that personally. I'm sure the two of you can. And so by creating this counterpoint and this counter narrative and counterbalance to the world is on fire, while there are very real problems happening in the world, we're creating sort of an outlet for and a space to prove out the idea that actually there are a ton of good things also happening. You're just not really seeing them.
Yeah.
Gabe, do you want to talk about like the proof as to why this is working?
Sure. I mean, and I would also say that we started doing this because we needed it ourselves. Early on in the pandemic, it was just a deluge of anxiety and uncertainness and the cliches that we're used to now, uncertain times and that sort of thing. And it was real. And we wanted to create a place where you could see other things happening, where people were helping people, that it wasn't, folks raiding the Costco for toilet paper, but that there was something else going on as well. And then we saw that other people needed that too. And as time has gone on, it's proven out that this space where people can have a little bit of just room for restorative calm, for contemplation, for connecting with other people is something that's really being needed and isn't being delivered on by a lot of folks, whether or not, whatever structure that may be, whether that's social media, whether that be at a small company like ours or a large company like so many people represent here. It's an opportunity to meet this need, which is a very real need that people have for connection, like the last guest was speaking to. It's it's a very important thing.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I know we're gonna have some time today to talk about how we bring that positive outlet. I love what you just said, Gabe, of restorative calm, and I'm hoping that we can develop the trajectory on how to do that in the workplace. But before getting there, I know that you selected a story that you wanted to share from the book with all of us, and I'm not sure if I think you're going to read it or some excerpts of that story. But I would love to. I'm eager, for everybody. When we have the guests, we prepare some questions in advance. Gabe and Lucia told me we're gonna have a story. I don't know the story, so I'm gonna be hearing it for the first time together with you. So please go ahead. I'm so curious and excited about what I'm about to hear. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to share a story from the book. I don't think 7 a.m. is too early for story time, so I'll just get into it. This is a story called Keep an Eye Out, and it's a journey to meet a real person and learn something about their life and why that matters. It's my first day of school, kindergarten, the big leagues. I've already been given an assignment that I need to have ready for the first day, memorizing my home phone number and address, and I'm determined to crush it. My mom's behind the wheel of our old Volvo station wagon, and I'm in the back seat, repeating numbers in my bowl cut enhanced head. On the vital upholstery, a seam filled with beach sand reminds me of summer, a simpler time before the pressures of kindergarten descended. Feels so long ago. I enter the door to the classroom and linger there for a few seconds, taking in the scene. Rows of desks, the heady smell of crayon shavings and paste, kids my age mill about, turtle-like in their backpacks, calling dibs on cubby holes, greeting each other at the reasonable volume of howler monkeys on fire. But the kids are all a little blurry, and that's when it hits me. These kids have 2 working eyes. I only have 1. Most people know amblyopia is lazy eye, a term I don't really love. My eye didn't drift because it lacked a strong work ethic. It drifted because it was abandoned by the government. That is, my brain. Basically, my brain and eye experienced a failure to communicate, and my brain, unable to access crucial visual information from one eye, gave up and learned to depend on the other. As my stronger eye started to do all the work, my weaker eye just sort of checked out, disillusioned by the system. There's an easy fix, however, assuming your eye muscles and optic connections are still developing. You cover the strong eye. With the strong eye out of commission, your brain no longer has an option. It has to redirect and build a bond with the weaker eye. Eventually, the weaker eye gets stronger, and though it may never have perfect vision, it's a lot better than the alternative of no vision at all. But instead of a cool pirate's patch, I found myself with a flesh-colored, egg-shaped Band-Aid, parrot not included, covering my eye. I didn't care, though. I figured lots of kids had to cover their eyes with Band-Aids. That it was normal, like bringing your lunch to school. It wasn't until I saw my patch-free classmates that I realized, oh, I'm different. It was hard to look at them, literally, these lucky little 2-eyed blurs, so I retrained my attention on the teacher. She may have been 2-eyed, but she was a grown-up, so at least her eyes weren't at eye level. My first impression, Miss Bean is larger than life. She appears in my memory as I knew her then. If I crossed paths with her today, I imagine she would still loom over me, 20 feet tall. A fitting image, come to think of it. She was both the bean and the giant, but a friendly one, with a relaxing energy that put anxious little kids like me at ease. She was just safe. When the bell rang, she asked everyone to sit on the floor in a semicircle. I dropped into place as close to her as possible, training my one eye on the floor. Were people going to make fun of me? Would I make my friends? Maybe Miss Bean picked up on my anxiety, or maybe she'd been prepped by my parents. I don't know. Maybe they'd expressed concern that I'd be teased. Whatever the case, the first thing she did was ask me to stand up in front of the entire class. Mortifying. In that moment, I just wanted to conceal myself, not stand up in front of everyone. This is Gabe, Miss Bean said. His eye is on vacation. Any questions? My classmates shook their heads, no. And that was it. In an instant, every kid in the class accepted her explanation. My eye was on vacation. The rest of me, present, ready to learn and make friends, just like everyone else. Her story even gave my eye a sort of baller status, like it had better things to do. While my left eye occupied itself with Berenstain Bear books, my right eye was on vacation. It was probably hanging out in the Maldives on a yacht with James Bond or something. In any case, my first impression of Miss Bean had been correct. She was nice, and she had my back. Things were going to be okay. Well, except for that time that Susan tried to flush my sweater down the toilet, but I don't think that was eye-related. The first day of kindergarten taught me a few things. One, kids aren't necessarily programmed to pick on other kids because they're different. Sure, there's inevitable curiosity as to why someone may look or talk or walk differently, a curiosity that if left unsatisfied can easily curdle into bullying. Miss Bean showed me how a good-hearted adult can ensure that doesn't happen. She was so good at making kids feel like they had a lot in common. Even our idiosyncrasies weren't divisive, because after all, we all had them. So thank you for letting me share that story. That little boy in the story, Gabe, is me. And 30 years later, I still think about Miss Bean often because it let me know early on that the world can be kind and people can be accepting. And this is a lesson that I carry with me. And it's especially true if someone in a position of authority or experience has your back. And when I tell that story to people, I think it resonates with them as well. And that feeling can kind of carry on. So, yeah.
Thank you, Gabe, for not only sharing the story, but picking your own story and sharing it with all of us. And let me ask you this. You have kids being nice to you and being kind to you. You said it yourself, I consider myself different, and they made me feel included. They made me feel part of this. But very often it feels that that's kind of like the last time that we feel that way, because as we grow, and we go to school, high school, and then we go to college, and then we go to the workplace. It feels that we focus more on what makes us different than what unites us. And that's actually what you see in the first pages of every newspaper. That hate and that negativity and all the awful things are just things that pretty much pick on what makes us different. How can we go back to that kid and that experience? How can we be engaged in that positivity, not just when we're kids, but now that we're adults as well? How can we do that? If that's even possible, by the way.
It is possible, and I believe in it. And my story is just one of 100 that are in this book, and one of millions, thousands that we see all the time. But the unifying factor is that people are making an effort to foster an environment in which this is possible. There are a lot of systems that are set up to spread acrimony, to incentivize anger, because anger can lead to engagement, and engagement can lead to monetization, and that's just the way the world works to a certain extent, and that's fine. We have to accept that. But we have a chance, to look at this as an opportunity and say, well, what can we do to show a different way? We don't have to treat people like children, but think of things as an environment where connection can be fostered, and the impacts of that can be really important. So I don't think we have to resign ourselves to the fact that these systems exist, and we can't look at every opportunity that we interact with people to create a new kind of entry point to behave with people differently.
Lucia, do you want to add anything? And I also want to ask you, of the stories, when you ask people for a positive thing, does it just, that when people go to an interview and you ask them, what are your strengths? People take time to think about that. It feels that, I don't know why, it's more difficult for us to think about what the good things about us, the positive things about us. When you ask the people for their stories in the book or on social media, are they like, I don't know. I mean, it's I'm tired or whatever, or do they just come up with something positive right away?
Yeah. Amazing question. My answer is twofold. One is, when you hear someone else's story or you read someone else's story, it usually triggers a memory of your own. So for Gabe's, for example, talking about Miss Bean, a teacher who changed his life, my brain starts turning of like, who's the teacher that changed my life? And then it just sort of comes out. And so we've seen over the past 2 years during the making of this book, every time we posed a question to the audience, once people started interacting, then other people would start to chime in. And it sort of started to build this community in and of itself, all within our comment section. I think that's like the most beautiful part of this, is that the internet and social media get such a bad rap for having adverse effects on your mental health. We know that whole story at this point. But our channel is like actually creating, to Gabe's point, restorative space to connect with other people and remember what we all have in common in an age of divisiveness. And so we actually saw the opposite, which was we got thousands and thousands of comments and stories upon stories upon stories. It was hard to choose the eventual 101 stories that got, that ended up getting into this book through us interviewing people, developing relationships with various members of our audience, and then turning them into full-blown short stories that now make up the 306 pages of this book. So they came pouring out. And I think, to Gabe's point earlier, it's about creating the environment in which people feel comfortable to share those things about themselves. I think it's a really
the safety, right?
Yes. And I think it's a really nice connection to the conversation we're all having here about human resources, where using personal stories as a mechanism by which folks feel, seen and heard as people within their organizations instead of just colleagues can actually have a profound impact on people's ability to show up for work ready to go, to interact with colleagues from a place of, more of a team environment, from a mental health place. I could talk about that all day long. But it really does, make a real case for creating environments that foster meaningful connection on a human to human level versus just a colleague level, if that makes sense.
It does. And I love that you brought up the idea of building the conditions for safety for people to be able to do this, right? And I want to bring that to the workplace. But before that, I wanted to tell everybody who's connected online right now or watching this later on, we're going to have a discount code for you for the Good People book. Just make sure that you sign up for the actual conference, because if you're not registered, we won't be able to send you anything via email. So go to the website, thepeoplesummit.io, register, and we're going to be sending you a discount code for the book and many other resources as well. All right. Having said that, I'm going to come back here and ask you this question. There's this video, I don't know if you've seen it, where there's a bunch of people like sitting on a park, and there's like music, a concert, and this guy comes in and starts dancing really strange, like doing all this crazy stuff. And then he's the only one, and everybody's looking at him and thinking like, oh, this guy's kind of strange. And then a second person comes in and starts dancing very strangely, like the same way that the first guy was dancing. And then, like half an hour later, the entire park is dancing in that way. And I wonder how many of us in the workplace want to dance that way, which in this case would be the equivalent of sharing positive stories or something that is happening with our mental health, but we feel that it's weird. We feel that we're not safe. We're not in a park. We're in a place where we are interacting with our boss, the people that pay us our salary, our coworkers, and we don't dare to dance. Therefore, we keep it all inside. How can we create the conditions for those people who want to go in and dance like that, in this case, sharing those positive stories to create that momentum? How can we create the conditions for that kind of safety to emerge and thrive in the workplace?
That's a great question. And I think, part of it, there's a misunderstanding that connection, it always has to be, you have to be sharing something incredibly intimate or incredibly important to your own identity or view of the world. But it can be something as simple, if you're dancing crazily on a hillside, it's like maybe the equivalent to that is just a goofy story about something that made you laugh during the day. And then that gives a chance for laughter, and then somebody else remembers something. And all of a sudden you've got another person standing up and dancing with you or telling a funny story. And we see that happening, in real time, where you overcome that first hurdle. And maybe it doesn't need to be in an incredibly emotional way, but just in an honest way. Something honest about the world that you've seen. And then it sets off a chain reaction. In our community, you see it building up in real time around human decency. On the hillside, you see it building up around music. I love that video, by the way. I think we shared it a couple years ago. And so, I think we all do have that environment, but it requires letting people know that it exists, that you don't have to share something, particularly personal necessarily, but just, like sometimes it's as simple as an honest icebreaker. And I think that does help create those environments in which people get more and more comfortable to share more.
Yeah. I'm actually thinking back on that video, and of course, everybody's praising guy number one, who pretty much, broke the mold and went out there and started dancing the way he was dancing. But another conclusion of that video was that the guy who really made the difference was not guy number one, but the guy number two. Because when guy number two came in, he said, I am accepting that this is possible here, and I am joining this crowd. And I am thinking about the equivalent of that in the workplace, of a leader or a manager, seeing that somebody, maybe takes the initiative in the workplace to share these positive stories. And guy number two, hopefully, or guy or gal, number two, hopefully the leader or the manager in that team comes in and says, wow, this is a phenomenal idea that you guys are sharing these positive stories. Now I'm seeing the impact of this in all of us, including myself, now in all of us. So let me make sure that I am promoting the right conditions, not only for guy number one, but for everybody else to come here and get into that dance, right? So I don't know. I'm thinking about that as the equivalent of one person sharing story, a positive story, and then having that leadership managerial support to create the right conditions for and safety for everybody else to be able to do the same. Lucia, I know you were going to add something.
Yeah. Yes. I also think that the thing that's so meaningful about these kinds of stories of talking about people in your life that have impacted you in some way is that it should be universally relatable. Everyone has someone in their life, whether it's their parent, their grandparent, their neighbor, a stranger, someone they met while traveling abroad who didn't speak your language, who helped you in some way. It sort of reinforces this notion that we believe at Upworthy that people are fundamentally good at heart. And so, again, bringing it back to the workplace, when you foster this environment and this safety for people to be able to share stories like this, and hopefully other people join in as a result, you're sort of all reinforcing this notion, again, that we believe that the world is actually a much kinder place than it seems online and in media. And so just wanted to put that in there.
Thank you, Lucia. And I can't believe that we have only 5 minutes left. I don't know what happened with time. I'm enjoying this conversation so much that I wasn't even looking at my watch anymore. But I do want to bring a couple of last questions to bring this back home, right? And part of the fundamental of the book and the community that you have created and your philosophy in life is what you just said, Lucia, which is people are fundamentally good and they are kinder than we think we are. But then you come to the workplace and people have all this trauma and all these experiences when they have been disappointed or mistreated by their bosses or by their coworkers. And I'm not saying that it's all of them, but then you go to the workplace, and if that has happened to you, you come with the idea that even if people are good, you should not trust them, or even if they are kinder than you think, you should open up to them. So we come with all these shields, trying to protect ourselves, right? So how can we advance the conversations of positivity, good stories, good people in the workplace when that shield, that armor, it's like right in there, and we're ready to fight because we have been abused or humiliated or mistreated in the past experiences at work. So how can we break that, kind of barrier, if you will? Gabe, do you want to go ahead first?
Yeah, I think, it's true. There's a lot of trauma in the world and personally throughout your lives, or whether that's at the workplace or anything. And in fact, a lot of the stories that we have in there, they're rooted in trauma. And in very real problems that people face, like, when they were down at their lowest. And so I think there are two sides of the coin here. I think it's difficult for someone to look at their experience in the workplace as purely traumatic. I think that, again, sometimes it can command the most attention. But even if there are instances of trauma in their history, there was probably someone else who stepped up, somebody who was there for them in that moment. And it's the gravitational pull of the traumatic is really strong, and you shouldn't ignore it by any means. But it's also good to understand, well, in those moments, what else happened, and to kind of share the stories around that. And, I know for me, I was really lucky. In my first job out of college, I had a boss. I worked at a talent agency, which is not notorious for, the best people in the world. It's a very cutthroat environment. And he was different, and he was so kind and so nice to everyone. And here's the thing. He was also wildly successful. Like, he was very respected and he did great. And he taught me that, wow, you can be nice to people and you can also do well at your job and be successful. In fact, I don't think it's an accident. So I learned that lesson early on. And I think every opportunity that we have with people in the workplace is a chance to do that too, to stop the cycle that may be going on with people, to show a different way. So I think we should take advantage of that and realize we all have the kind of responsibility as community leaders, as leaders in the workplace, to provide those opportunities.
Thank you, Gabriel. That's Beautifully said. Thank you. Lucia, do you want to add anything to wrap us up here?
Similarly, just you don't forget the bosses that uplifted you. And didn't come with caveats or strings attached. There's a way to lead where you're fostering these environments without being a total pushover. You're being smart and direct with feedback, but you're also lifting people up, and you don't forget those kinds of people. And those are exactly the kinds of people that we like to showcase and spotlight. So
isn't Maya Angelou that said, people will forget how you talk to them, what you did for them, but they will never forget how you treated them. And I love that. How you made them feel. Exactly. Yeah, it wasn't, that's the right quote. How you made them feel, right? And then you remember, like Gabe, right? I mean, in a cutthroat environment, I remember that boss who treated me kindly and was also wildly successful. So those are the stories that's a legacy that I'm hoping bosses and workplaces are building, right? Even when their people end up leaving because they found something better, they are paid more, or for whatever reason it is, that the legacy they take away with them is, I remember that my boss was a cool person and my colleagues treated me kindly. I think that's beautiful. So Gabe, Lucia, thank you so much for being part of this conversation and being with us in here. We will share all your links and the discount code for the book with our extended community as well, so that they get access to all these inspiring and really beautiful stories.
Yeah, thank you so much, Enrique. And anybody has any questions out there, we're happy to talk to you and show you how this philosophy extends throughout all facets of organizations and life in general. So really, really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you both for doing the good work, by the way. I know it's not easy, given everything that is happening in the world, to stay positive and try to inspire people with something that not always sells as well as the negative, right? And we just gotta keep pushing it forward and the right message, and telling people, there's goodness in the world, and look at the stories of goodness in the world. Get inspired. Share your own stories of goodness with the rest of us. Gabe, Lucia, thank you so much. I'm gonna let you go now. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day. Everybody, I'm hoping that you are having fun and enjoying these conversations. We're gonna have a meditation session for the next 10 minutes. And then we're going to come back for an amazing conversation with Gretchen Rubin about boosting your happiness through your 5 senses. And for now, however, I am going to welcome Blair to the screen with me. Hello, good morning. If it's morning for you, I don't know. Is it morning for you?
It is morning. It is morning. Thank you.
It is morning. How are you doing?
I am wonderful. This has been a great start to the morning. Listening to this very inspiring. There's a theme this morning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Well, and the entire sort of foundation of these conversations that we're having is building a human-centered workplace. And the stories that we shared this morning, positivity and providing feedback, it's all been amazing and conducive, hopefully, to that. But now it's time to come to center a little bit. So I am going to let you, Blair, have the full screen only for yourself so that you can guide us through some relaxation and what Gabe before called restorative calm, so that we can go ahead with the rest of our days. So thank you, Blair. I will see you in a few minutes, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. Well, yeah, good morning, everyone. And there's definitely a theme this morning. Stressing well, good people with good stories, trying to shift sometimes the perspective to the positive. And next up, we have Gretchen Rubin, who I've actually followed for years as a happiness guru, and I've learned a lot from her. Through meditation practice, we can actually consciously cultivate many things, such as gratefulness, natural well-being and joy that we were actually born with, compassion, love, and more. In sticking with this morning's theme, we're going to do a short meditation to access our natural joy, where we go beyond knowing we're feeling good, but actually feeling what it's like to feel good. Our own well-being and joy can be a gift to ourselves and to the others around us. It will actually start to awaken those same qualities in people around us. So I invite you to take a comfortable posture, something that allows you to be both alert and relaxed. Sitting upright, if you have a place to lay down, that's fine. Perhaps closing your eyes, softening your gaze, downcast, so that you can turn your attention inwards. We're going to start with a relaxing body scan. I want you to start to put your awareness inside, through your body, and inviting each area to soften as you encounter tightness or tension. Let's start with the face. Just letting your face relax, the muscles perhaps clenching your jaw, around your eyes, the base of your tongue. And then on down into your neck, letting your shoulders melt like ice to water, and then water to air. Continuing down through the torso, softening your chest and softening your belly, letting go of that holding. Continuing into the pelvic region and hips, letting things just relax. On down through the thighs, knees, lower legs, ankles, feet and toes. Allowing your whole body to relax and be at ease. Now, take a couple of deep, slow breaths, bringing this calming energy to your body with each in-breath, and inviting further relaxation as you let go of each out-breath. Now allow your breath to find its own natural rhythm. Let the breath breathe you without you needing to control it. You don't need to make anything happen. Simply relax and receive the breath as it moves through you. Perhaps bring a half smile to your face with a slight up curl of your lips. Notice how this affects your mind and even your heart. Now imagine that smile curving into your heart. What does that feel like? Now I'm going to invite you to bring to mind something that brings you joy. What brings you joy or a feeling of contentment and well-being? Perhaps it's being out in nature. In the Northern Hemisphere, it's spring. Maybe dancing with a loved one, playing with a child, being with a pet. As you recall a time when you experienced this well-being, just relax and enjoy the memory. Noticing how it feels in your body as you recall the experience. Where do you feel it? And how does it feel in your mind? Notice how it feels in your heart. Let your awareness rest in this feeling of well-being. Take a deep breath and out. Now bring to mind some blessing in your life. Perhaps someone or something you're grateful for or to. As you think of this blessing, bring an image to your mind of this person, being, or circumstance. I invite you now to give a simple and silent thank you, right from your heart to that being. Relax in the joyful feeling of gratitude as it shows up in your body. Take a deep breath and bring to mind another blessing, someone or something you're grateful for or grateful to. Once again, bring an image to mind of this person, being, or circumstance. Giving a silent thank you from your heart. Relax and let yourself enjoy this feeling in your body. Take another longer breath and bring to mind a third blessing. Call up an image of this person, being, life situation. Giving a silent thank you and let yourself enjoy the feeling of gratitude. Now taking another deep breath. I invite you to open to the fact that you are alive. And as you relax, feel life as it moves through you without you needing to make anything happen. Life is there. Be aware of the breath that it is sustaining you and nourishing, keeping you alive, all on its own. Your senses, taking in colors, sounds, smells, tastes. Yeah. Become aware of the miraculous bodily processes that are keeping you alive right now and connecting you with others, with the earth, and with yourself. Now become aware of the consciousness itself shining through you. Let yourself relax and receive life as it moves through this form called you. Nothing you need to do. Let yourself simply enjoy the fact that you are alive. As we come to the end of this meditation, let yourself slowly open to your surroundings, taking in all of the goodness inside and around you with appreciation and joy. Just a short 2-line poem to bring this together. When you feel a peaceful joy, That's when you are near truth. That's from the beloved Rumi, Sufi poet. I highly recommend. Very wise. I now invite you to gently start back into this virtual space. Perhaps wiggle your fingers and toes. Take another deep breath. And shake out everything as we get ready to bring Gretchen Rubin to the stage. And she will be joining us to talk about the census. So I think this is a perfect segue. And back to you, Enrique.
I think my shoulders are 3-4 inches back down, closer to the earth, more grounded. Thank you, Blair. I appreciate you guiding us through this journey of meditation and restorative calm. I am so excited to talk about happiness now. And, when we build the agenda for this event, some things happen, of course, by design, and some things happen by sheer happenstance and good luck, right? And I think the way we build in the meditation breaks and the conversations that we're having, some of them are just clicking, with each other and plugging into each other so well. We talked before about the power of good stories, meditation session, and now we're going to be talking about happiness and boosting your happiness with your 5 senses. So super excited to bring Gretchen to the stage with me. Good morning, Gretchen. Hey, how are you?
I'm so happy to be talking to you.
You come to the stage and it's like, boom, you're there, right? This is like, just happened. So good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm very excited to be having this conversation.
Well, thank you so much. I am honored and humbled to have you with us as part of this People Summit and have the conversation with you about happiness. And before we get there and we dive through all the questions that we prepared for this session, I would love for you to share more about your story, about who you are, the work you've done, the books you've written, with everybody here in our audience.
Well, my name is Gretchen Rubin, and I wear many hats these days, but I mostly identify as a writer. I'm a writer who studies happiness and good habits and human nature. I'm probably best known for my book, The Happiness Project. I've also have my 4 tendencies personality framework that divides people into upholders, questioners, obligers, rebels. I write a lot about habits because habits can really help us out if we're trying to make our lives happier. My most recent book is Life in 5 Senses, which we're going to talk about. And Blair was just talking about the 5 senses. So that's a perfect, as you say, segue, knitting these sessions together. And I have a podcast called Happier with Gretchen Rubin, where I talk about sort of practical approaches to making our lives happier, healthier, more productive, and more creative. With my co-host is my sister, Elizabeth Craft, who's like a TV show runner in Hollywood. I have a newsletter. I love to engage with people about the subjects that fascinate me. And I get so many great resources and ideas and observations and questions from people. So I'm engaging in all sorts of ways. But deep down, I really think of myself as a writer first.
Well, once again, I am really excited to have you here with us. And for everybody tuning in, you got to get these 2 books. You have to get these 2 books. I read the first one and fascinating. And I am so excited about talking with you about your second book. But I want to begin here. What is happiness?
Okay, well,
let's go to the basics.
Okay, well, I started my career in law. I was actually clerking for Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor when I realized that I wanted to be a writer. So I spent an entire semester arguing about the definition of contract or tort. And if anything, happiness is a more elusive concept to describe. There's like 15 academic definitions of happiness. What I've really come to believe is that for the average person, whether you say it's joy or bliss or contentment or life satisfaction or well-being or, that we can all bring our own definition of happiness to it. Like we all kind of know it. And I think that it's actually more useful to think about, will something make me happier? So it's not about arriving at some like mysterious destination and trying to stay there. It's more like, if I do this today, this week, for this month, throughout the year, is this going to make me happier? Whatever my own personal conception of happiness is. because I think sometimes we get very confused when it's like, well, what is happiness? But then if you say, well, is this going to make, will it make you happier if you get more sleep? Or if you see your friends more regularly? People are pretty much like, yeah, that would make me happier or not. So I evade the definitional question altogether and let each person bring their own definition to it.
Yeah, and it seems that's a progressive journey of what makes me happier, right? I mean, maybe today it is, seeing my friends more often, and then next stage is, well, hanging out in the outdoors, more often, right? It seems that it's a progressive, as in progressing in time, journey to define what makes you happier.
Yeah, I don't think it's realistic to think like, oh, my aim is to be perfectly happy all the time and I want to get there and stay there. That's not realistic, and it's not even a good life. Of course, many times it's completely appropriate to feel negative emotions. So it's really like, given my circumstances and everything that's happening, are there things within my conscious control that I could do to make myself happier? And I think that seems like a thing you can really like get a grip on. Whereas like, well, what is happiness and what would a happy life look like? I mean, at least to me, my mind is just like, oh my gosh, that's so abstract. I wouldn't even know how to think about it.
Yeah, and I know we're going to get into the five senses and the relationship with happiness, but I want to ask you this: of all the things that you have researched and observed, particularly in the workplace, and I don't even know if you could do this, but are there 3-4 things that you could say these are the most common elements that actually make people happier at work?
Yes. Well,
besides money.
yeah. One of the things that ancient philosophers and contemporary scientists agree on is the importance of relationships to happiness. Like to be happy, we have to have deep, enduring relationships. We need to be able to confide. We need to feel like we belong. We need to be able to get support. And just as important for happiness, we need to be able to give support. And accordingly, when researchers study people who say they are happy at work, there's a couple things that stand out. One is people say, I have a friend at work. And a friend is not just somebody that you're like talking about pop culture with around the coffee machine or, over Zoom. This is somebody where you feel like you could confide an important secret. This is someone who has your back. If people say, I have a friend at work, they're much more likely to say they're happy. Also, if they feel like their direct manager cares about them, wants to see them succeed, wants to help them grow, that is very important. So it's not the charismatic boss maybe that's at the top who's sort of like giving an all hands meeting. This is the person who you really engage with. You feel like this person like really wants to help me grow. When those two things are present, and also when people feel like they have a sense of control, turns out that a sense of control is really important. Do I feel like I can do my work in my own way within reason? Do I feel like I have the tools that I need to do the work? Is it possible to do this job given the time and resources that I've been given? Like, am I doing the work of 3 people? Because that feels out of control. So these are some of the elements that, and then finally I would say a sense of purpose. If you feel like that what you're doing is work worth doing, that will also really give you a greater sense of happiness in work. So these are all things that you see in the workplace.
Oh, I love this, and I interviewed somebody as part of the summit earlier this week, and she brought up data showing that when people respond yes to the question of whether they have a best friend at work, it's something like they're 7 times more likely to be engaged than people who respond no to that question. And that, of course, engagement reflects back in happiness to the individual, but of course in productivity to the company as well. So I just wanted to bring up that one item that you talked about.
Well, I think something that is I think that like sort of the corporate world has really come to understand what you're saying, which is that happier employees have less burnout. They are more engaged. They're more productive. They have less things like burnout and kind of quiet quitting behaviors. And so we want people to be happier because it's right that we want people to be happier, but it's also it really helps everybody, including the bottom line, because happier people are just they have more emotional wherewithal to think about the problems of the world and also, to engage with the challenges of the workplace. So it's something that's really worth thinking about on an individual level and also on an organizational level.
Yeah. I want to bring now the question of happiness, workplace, productivity, well-being, creativity to the context of your new book and using the five senses to and the relationship between the five senses and happiness and once again, productivity, creativity, and
Yes.
overall well-being at work. So can you just develop that idea for us?
Well, when I started writing Life in Five Senses, I wasn't really sure what I was going to find, but what I discovered is that our five senses, or not everybody has all five, but whatever your own complement of senses is, this is like a Swiss Army knife that whatever we are aiming for, we can think of a way to like harness the power of our five senses to help us achieve our aim. And this is like and what's kind of exciting about this is that we know the five senses, they're part of our everyday life. There's like something very exciting and energizing about connecting with our five senses. People often say they feel distracted or they're up in their heads. This is one of the reasons I read the book. They feel like they're stuck behind screens. And so there's something really revitalizing about like saying, I'm going to dive into my five senses. But whatever you are trying to achieve, like at work, let's say, there's a way to tap into the five senses. So let's say you want to just be more productive, right? You want to just get more done. Okay, think about how you could use your five senses. Well, one thing is with your soundscape. It turns out people have really different preferences. Some people want silence. That's me. Some people want music playing, but it can't have lyrics. So it's like jazz or classical. Some people like music with lyrics. Some people, I was astonished to learn, listen to the same song over and over and over for like a day or a week. And that helps them focus. Some people like cacophony, like a train station. Some people like a busy hum, like a coffee shop. And so you can think about like, well, what's the sound environment? Because if I'm a person who really likes silence and I'm in an open plan office, I need to figure out, well, how do I get the silence that I want? Or let's say I'm a boss. I can't say like, well, everybody works better if there's like music playing in the background, because a lot of people will say, no, that isn't right for me. So we have to figure out an environment where we can all thrive. Similarly, let's say with creativity, how can you use your five senses for creativity? Well, one thing is just like exposing yourself to new vistas or using your sense of touch, putting yourself in a place with a lot of tools. One thing that I found very surprising is like I'm not a person who's handy. So like I don't like use tools. And I'm not particularly artsy, but I found that if I go to a hardware store and I just look at the tools and just sort of pick up, run my hands through a barrel of nails, or I go to an art supply store and just see the rows of beautiful paints, there's something about just seeing tools that kind of feeds creativity. And however you are expressing ideas, there's something about putting tools within reach that like sparks ideas in our head. The relationship between our hands and our imagination is very strong. So that's something where just like putting yourself in a new environment. And of course, one of the classic things, and it's classic because it's so true, is just going outside. You get the sunshine in your face, you're in the weather, you're seeing nature, or else you're seeing people and like, what's happening on the street. Often if you do try to do something new, go, have a little novelty, walk in a new neighborhood, go to even doing something like doing your usual walking route in reverse, everything looks different if you go the reverse direction. And somehow we never do that. So there's ways to tap into it if you want to be productive, if you want to be creative. And if you just, you want to just like sit down and get stuff done, you can think like, how do I bring down all the irritants and distractions of my sensory surroundings so that I can really focus on my task?
Oh, I love that, and I'm a runner. I'm a trail runner, so I go very often to the outdoor, and as a creature of habit that I think most of us are, and particularly I am. I don't go to the same place all the time, but when I go to those places, I do the exact same route in the same direction. And sometimes I do it in the opposite direction, and I'm like, is that what's that rock doing there?
It's completely different.
Totally different, right?
It's
and
very
it makes you think so much.
It's funny. Well, here's just like a funny fact. It's like, so in grocery stores, when people go in, they go to the right. Like that's the way that you usually do it. And there was a grocery store that was doing construction, so they blocked it and they wanted people to go to the left. But people were so determined to go to the right that they were like climbing over hurdles and like, because they couldn't get their minds around, okay, I could just go to this grocery store the opposite way. And so we're like trained. There's a lot of power in habits. I wrote a whole book, Better Than Before, about the power of habits, but they can also deaden and dull our experience. And something like just going in reverse, it's kind of surprisingly hard
Yeah.
Sometimes
Do-
even to like recreate your path in reverse. You're like,
yeah.
wow, wait,
Yeah.
which way did I go?
Very hard. Yeah. So
And
so
so
let me
that's
ask you
that
this.
novelty that stimulates the brain. That makes you
Yeah.
notice things. It makes you tune into your environment because you can't space out the way you can when you do your usual run.
Yeah.
Now you're
Yeah.
looking and you're like, oh, there's that rock, and I never noticed that house or whatever.
Yeah. And now there are I saw recently this video of the neurons making new connections.
Yes.
Like you could see them making new connections when people were learning a new thing, which is part
Yes.
of this talk that we're having right now. So
Yeah.
let me ask you a related question to that, by the way. Are we so used to doing things in certain ways that to find happiness through our five senses, we need to rewire our brains a little bit because maybe we're not fully using the five senses for happiness, specifically at work?
Well, absolutely. And I think, again, the more that we have novelty, where we have challenge, this is what stimulates the brain. And the good news is another thing that happens is time feels more rich, because I think one thing that a lot of adults say is it feels like time is racing by. So you're at work and you're like, it's Q1, now it's Q4, like what happened? When you're learning a new skill, when you're doing something in a new way, when you're pushing yourself to do something, like maybe you've never presented in front of a group, but you're going to volunteer to do that and like try to push yourself a little bit. That makes time feel more rich because it's more effortful in the brain. And the fact is, having an atmosphere of growth is a really important aspect of happiness. Like we're happier when we're growing, learning, teaching, improving things. But the fact is, the atmosphere of growth often makes us feel frustrated.
Yeah.
Like incompetent, anxious, angry sometimes. And so we just have to say, like, this is part of it. It's not always fun, but I will get a big boost of happiness on the other side. And you just sort of have to, I think, consciously realizing that happiness doesn't always make us feel happy in the moment. And sometimes we have to do something now because we know that in the future, it's going to be something that really will give us that atmosphere of growth, which is so energizing.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you this, $100 million question, right? For those people in charge with designing the employee experience, including the workplace experience as in the physical space, how can they embed this idea of, Gretchen likes to touch tools, or maybe she doesn't, but she gets inspired when she does that. Enrique likes to have a window looking at, outside, and Jessa likes, walking on the beach, and that's how they are productive. That's what boosts their well-being. How can we create an approach that is not a cookie cutter, one size fits all approach in the workplace? How can we consider each of these realities, knowing that doing so may be very, very expensive, by the way? So how can we do that, if that's even possible?
Well, I think that you put your finger on the essential thing, which is to recognize that there is no one size fits all solution. And so it's not as if we could hire consultants and they'll tell us the best way, and this is the right environment to create if you want to spark creativity or you want to help people focus. There can be no one right way because people are so different. Some people are night people and some people are morning people.
Yeah.
So you're going to have different things of that. Some people are simplicity lovers and they want like a lot of bare shelves and like not a lot of visual noise, where some people are abundance lovers and they love profusion and choice and a lot going on. So I think it's, rather than saying like, how do we come up with the right thing? It's more to say, we have different desires, different preferences. How do we create an environment where we all thrive? So if we're a small team, maybe we can talk about it amongst ourselves, or else maybe we can try to build in flexibility and build in like, well, considering that some people will prefer this and some people prefer that, how do we take that into consideration, knowing that there is no one best way? And if we try to jam everybody into a model, there will surely be people for whom that will be very, very uncomfortable. Even something like where you sit. Like, I'm a desk person. I need a desk. I would have a desk in a bathroom if I could, because I love a desk. But I've come to realize a lot of people don't work at a desk.
Yeah.
They don't want a desk. And so, okay, do we have furniture for people who don't want to sit at a desk when they work? So it's little things like that. It's more about, can we build in flexibility so different kinds of people can find what they're looking for, rather than, which I think is a lot of people's impulse, to find like what's the best way and build to that, and then try to just assume that the people will like embrace it, because often completely different things work for different people. So it's not really
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
So it's really a collection of flexibility and collaboration.
Yeah, which and tying this back to something you said before, is giving people that enabling them with some level of control,
Yes.
and flexibility and freedom to decide what works best for them.
Well, and the thing is, one of the reasons that I wrote Life in 5 Senses is I think a lot of us don't really even know what our preferences are. We're not that tuned into it. And so for us as like the person entering into the workplace, the more we have self-knowledge, the more we say, oh, I don't do well with a lot of visual clutter, or I don't do well with a lot of clatter, or I'm very distracted by other people's conversations, or I really do my best work like later in the day. So it would be better if like I don't schedule intense meetings like before 11 a.m. The more we know ourselves, like we don't have perfect control, especially in the workplace, but sometimes we do have control, and we should at least know. Because, I have this quiz, the What's Your Neglected Sense quiz, which anybody can take. It's at GretchenRubin.com/quiz. If I do say so myself, it is a really fun quiz to take. It's like got all these bells and whistles that make it fun. But the reason that I created it is a lot of people, they don't even realize that they're neglecting a sense, because when there's our appreciated sense, like we think about learning about it, having adventures, sharing experiences with other people, looking for ways to turn to it for comfort and enjoyment and pleasure and creativity, because we appreciate it. But most of us have neglected senses where we don't really pay attention to it. We don't try to learn about it. We don't try to have experiences by ourselves or with other people. Often we're more focused on avoiding the negative of that sense than like really understanding the positives. So if you take the quiz and you learn your most neglected sense, like my most neglected sense is hearing, then you can say to yourself, okay, well, can I think of anything to do to help me get more pleasure, comfort, creativity from that sense? And for most people, it's like, they're like, every time I've talked to people, their eyes light up and they're like, oh, now that you mention it, now that I know that about myself, maybe I'll do a sound bath. Maybe I'll go to a concert. I haven't gone to a concert in forever. Maybe I should like listen to some new music, or maybe I should like make a playlist of my favorite songs. There's so many things to try, to experiment with, to like share adventures with other people once our attention is focused on it. But for our neglected sense, a lot of times we forget to pay attention to it. That's why it's neglected. So we can tap into that.
Let me ask you this. It's like a two-part question, by the way. Would we be happier if we knew of that neglected sense and start being more intentional about bringing it to the surface and using it to become happier? That's part number one. And part number two, related to this, is what happens when you find out that your neglected sense is something that you really have intentionally tried to avoid in the past. Like, for example, you mentioned, you triggered my memories when you mentioned sound bath, right? Because that's something that I don't like. And in past relationships, my partners have said, we got to go to a sound bath and you got to do it. But I hate it. I don't want to go there. So how do we do that?
Right. Well, I absolutely think that tapping into our neglected sense can be a very rich source of happiness, of creativity, of connection with other people, of connecting to memories. Because, that's one of the superpowers of the senses, is they can help us evoke memories, which is something that a lot of people are interested in. But your question about like, what if you're deliberately turning away from a sense is very interesting. And now that tens of thousands of people have taken the quiz, I've heard from many people about exactly that. And for instance, something that comes up a lot is people who avoid smell because it like will trigger a migraine or it triggers allergies. So they have a very negative association with like experiencing strong smells. So they tend to turn away from it.
Or even a traumatic experience in the past.
Right. Exactly. Because that power of memory and connection is so strong. Now, I'm not sure that it would be the same for a traumatic memory, but for the people for whom it's kind of like a health trigger, or like certain things like, induce this unpleasant experience, what they've said, and I thought this was so interesting because the quiz itself, I don't think at least at the beginning did not suggest this, which is find a way within your own circumstances and reality is there a way you can bring out more appreciation for the sense? So for instance, one person who said that she always got like really strong migraines said that she realized that she did not get them from the strong smells of nature. And so what she was saying is she decided that finding out that her neglected sense was smell is she's like, well, I really want to, she lived near the beach. She's like, I really want to go to the beach and really like spend time enjoying the smells that I know that I can enjoy, which are like the salty air and the smell of like seaweed on the sand and like the wind like rushing over the dunes and things like that. And she's like, because I always just thought like, well, I don't like smell, but now that I've kind of this question has made me stop to think about it. I realized like, oh, I can enjoy these smells. Or someone else who was saying, I forget now why he avoided smell, but he was saying that there were certain smells of like cooking smells that he really did enjoy. And he was like, well, this is making me think like I should cook more, not only because I like the way it tastes, but because it is a way for me to really tap into my sense of smell in a way that I do enjoy and that doesn't sort of hold this negative aspect for me. Now, the thing about the memory is interesting, which is sort of like, could you work with that in some way to kind of like work through it? Now, that is way beyond the scope of what I know. But it's a really interesting thing to be aware of. I mean, even to be aware of the fact that maybe a certain smell is sometimes memories wash into us, but we have a feeling, but we don't even really know why. Like if you've ever had a song where you're like, oh my gosh, this song makes me feel incredibly dejected and I don't even really know why.
Yeah.
Like consciously being aware of that, then we can redirect our attention.
No, I love that, and makes me think about what you mentioned before about self-knowledge and self-awareness, right?
Absolutely.
It is not only the self-awareness of the actual sense, it is the awareness of what happens to you when you utilize those senses and you say, well, smelling, I don't know, onion triggers these things in my mind, but smelling the beach, what triggers these other things in my mind. So I'm going to go to the beach more than I'm going to cook onion.
Exactly. Exactly. You can really it all comes back to self-knowledge, because when you know yourself and you kind of know like what you're doing like well, and then also like where you have opportunities to grow and improve, both of those can make our lives, richer, more creative, more productive.
Yeah, I love that. Gretchen, as we're getting closer to the end, I want to ask you this. What happens with the collective, right? Because we've been talking about the one person. What happens with the collective at work and in society when each individual is tapping into those five senses to become happier? What happens with those around us, whether they are tapping into the same thing or not?
Well, one thing is I do think that there's a much greater popular awareness of the fact that people are very different in terms of their sensory responses. And so I think there's a much greater sensitivity to things like not wearing heavy perfumes, being aware that like scratchy fabrics or scratchy materials can be really distracting for people. So I think that's great. I think people are just like generally more compassionate than they used to. They're just more aware that this is an issue than I think they were even like 10 years ago, is my sense. But it also is, happiness, there's something called emotional contagion. We literally infect each other with our emotions. And so if we can create an environment that is going to give people a lift, not only is the environment going to give people a lift, but as people feel more energized, more comforted, more comfortable, that is going to also convey itself to the people around us. And so the only person we can change is ourselves, unfortunately. But when we change, the atmosphere around us changes. And when we change, our relationships change. And so I think by thinking about like, how can we make our sensory surroundings, like supporting of people being happier, healthier, more productive, more creative, I think then you start to have a positive, virtuous cycle, whereas people feel better, then that will contribute to others feeling better. And so it just creates a more inviting atmosphere for everyone.
Oh, I love that. And I love that you mentioned the very, very specific example of the perfume, because it may seem trivial, but it really is not, right? Because there are so many people that are allergic, and then you go to work, and then the person next to you has a strong perfume, and you're not focused, right? I mean, you're not only your own well-being is suffering, but your productivity at work is also suffering, because all you're thinking is, how can I get away from here?
Absolutely.
That level of awareness
definitely
will potentially have that positive impact of, well, I shouldn't use this perfume because, well, my colleague next to me, is distracted or whatever. So I love how trivial that sounds, but how important it is for a good experience at work.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Gretchen, this was a great, great conversation. Thank you so much for spending time with me. Everybody go and check out the book, Boosting Your Happiness Through the Five Senses. And thank you, Gretchen, for sharing this time with me and our community. I appreciate you, and I hope to have you again in some of our future events. Thank you.
Thank you. I so enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you so much. You have a beautiful rest of your day. See you soon. Everybody, we're going to continue our event this day. We're going to now engage. We have 3 meditation sessions every morning. They last between 5 to 8 minutes. It's just to bring you back to, back to center, so to speak. And I am hoping that you engage with them. I'm hoping that you're all here, by the way. I know some folks have these computers running in the background when they are doing something else. But for the meditation break, though, come back here. Join us here. Take this 5-8 minute break. It's going to be good for you, not only in terms of the conference, but also in terms of your day, whatever your day is looking like. I am excited to bring our next facilitator for a meditation break. Nicole, please come to the stage with me. Hello, Nicole. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well.
How's it
Nice
going?
to be here. Thanks. It's going really well. And Gretchen's talk was amazing and really is a great segue into doing a somatic centering practice, which I'm here
That's
to talk about.
wonderful. I am so excited to be guided by you in this exercise, as I'm sure our community is as well. I'm going to be in the background, learning from you. If you need us, we're here. For now, please, go ahead with this small break, and then we will continue to with the summit with the next speakers and the next sessions that we have. Thank you, Nicole, and I'll see you soon. Okay.
Thank you, Enrique.
Thank you.
Thanks. So great to be here. I'm Nicole Trimble. I'm a workplace well-being expert, facilitator, and somatic coach. And before I start on the somatic centering exercise, I just want to pay homage and thanks to the Strozzi Institute and the teachers there who taught me about somatics and literally changed the way I walk in the world. Soma, there's a lot of talk about somatics these days, and soma is the Greek word meaning a living organism in all its wholeness, which Gretchen was just talking about, that, we are often these floating heads on screens and forget all the intelligence that comes from the rest of our bodies. And we're given so much feedback on the intelligence from our brains, but so much information comes from the rest of us. So today, this morning, we're just going to spend a few minutes centering in our bodies. And part of the reason we center is to be committed and embody our commitment. We also do it to be present, just like we do when we meditate, to be open and connected to others. And so I just want to start by everybody just spending maybe a minute or less writing down a commitment that you'd like to embody. And you can write it in your heart or you can write it on a piece of paper. And that commitment that you want to embody could be work. It could be wanting to be a more compassionate and conscious leader. It could be about family. It could be about, being a more loving and patient parent. Or it could be something that you're trying to do yourself. It could be like, I'm a commitment to finishing my book, or I'm a commitment to applying for that job I really want. So I'll give you a few more seconds to write that on a paper or write it in your heart. And I'm going to ask you to do something that you don't always hear from when you're here about meditation. I'm going to ask you to stand up if your body allows you to. And I'm going to ask you to keep your eyes open. And we center with our eyes open because centering is a way to bring ourselves back to center when we're triggered, when we're grabbed, when something happens. That email comes in, that text comes in, the boss says something to us, our employee doesn't finish something. How do we come back to center in everyday life without closing our eyes and retreating? And so I'm going to stand up and ask you to do the same if your body allows. You can do this sitting down if your body doesn't allow, but to have that energy flow through your full channels is helpful. So go ahead and stand with your legs hip width apart, maybe shake side to side, just get in your body, because most of us have been floating heads this morning watching our screens. And just feel your body. Go ahead and put your hand, maybe your thumb on about where your belly button is. And this is our center. This is actually our center of gravity in our bodies when we stand up. And it's our center of our power. So with your hand there and your eyes open, speak to yourself what that commitment is. And sometimes it helps to say, I am a commitment to. So you're fully embodying it. I am a commitment to compassionate and conscious leadership. Now bring your attention to all of your sensations. What are you feeling? Feel about the temperature in the room or the temperature in the different parts of your body. Where are you warm? Where are you cold? Where are you tingling? Where's energy stuck? Where do you maybe have a knot? Or do you need a little movement? Maybe you feel your heart beating. What's that about? Is it beating quickly? Is it beating slowly? Maybe you feel your stomach gurgling. Is it breakfast time, almost lunch? For some of you, maybe dinner. We're all over the world. It's just a little focus on what's happening inside your body and your emotions related to that. Is the heart beating because you're anxious? Is it me asking you to stand up feeling triggering or a little frustrating? Are you just feeling happy because Gretchen just talked about happiness? And now we're going to center in length with depth and then our commitment. So those are our 4 different dimensions. And when we center in our length, I want you to just really root those feet down, roots into the earth. And so settling down while lengthening up at the same time. So your feet are rooted down into the earth and look at the crown of your head's kissing the sky. And you're breathing into your vertebrae, just a little more space between them with every breath. A little more space. When we hold length, we center length, we're centering our dignity and the ability to see dignity in others. So a few breaths centering in length. And I want to center on width, is the next dimension. And so kind of move side to side, find your balance left and right. Start to feel the sensations across your body. Maybe start with your shoulders, with your hips and your feet. Maybe feel the clothes on the sides of your body. Many of us respond to the pressures of life by curling in. So like taking up space isn't natural. And a lot of us are told to not take up space. The context in the world asks us often to be small and shrink. So like this is time to really take up space and feel in your body, what does it mean and what does it feel like to take up space? When we center in our width, we're actually centering in the social space. Sometimes we can feel other people's energy. We can feel our pets' energy. We can feel the plants in the room. Centering in our social space, in community, centering in interdependence. So a few breaths while keeping your dignity and length and centering in your width. The next dimension of centering is our depth. And this is the space between our front and our back. So I'm going to start by asking you to feel your back. So many of us don't feel our backs. We're always leaning forward into the future. Just feeling our back. If you're in a chair, is your back on the chair? And think about that today as you're working. Is my back on the chair or am I always leaning forward? So maybe I like to scrunch my shoulder blades, maybe squeeze my bum a lot to feel my back. And then moving forward, feeling my insides. Feel that heart beating. Feel your lungs actually expanding and contracting. I know I'm talking a lot about the gurgling, but it's breakfast where I am, so maybe with your stomach, there's something happening in your innards. Our backs are where we come from. So sometimes just imagining our ancestors or the people who love us and support us with their hands on our backs. And our front is where we're going. Imagining our longings, our future. Depth is where we find our longings. It's where we find what's meaningful to us, our purpose, our gut, our heart, right? So how much depth do you feel? Our breath, focusing on our length, our width, and our depth. And last, I want to have you put your hand back on your stomach in your center of gravity. Really sink into what does it feel like to embody that commitment you made. Just breathing that commitment into your length. Breathe that commitment into your width. Breathe that commitment into your depth. Take a moment and notice your sensations and how they might have changed in the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and how you might be noticing them differently. Maybe if you have a chance, you can put that sensation you're feeling or the mood you're feeling now into the chat. Maybe how it's different than when we first started, or what you're noticing in your body. So this centering practice, it's quick, it's easy. It's something I do several times a day to regulate myself and remind myself that I'm so much more than this floating head on the screen, that I'm the full soma, the living organism in its wholeness, all the senses, as Gretchen spoke about. And that my psychobiology, my full body, provides me so much more information than my head alone, and this brain alone. So I want to thank you all for spending this time with me doing a centering exercise.
Excellent. Thank you, Nicole.
Thanks, Scott.
That was fantastic. I know I feel more centered. Tell me about this. Oh, she's back. Okay. Thank you. Tell me your favorite part about this exercise and why you chose this one for us today.
Well, it's so quick and easy, and bringing us back to our body is often something we forget how to do. And the favorite part for me, honestly, is the beginning, is the dignity piece. So many times I forget about my own dignity. And that's just like when you forget about having compassion for yourself, you can forget about having compassion for others. Like that idea of having dignity in ourselves helps us, for me at least, really remember to have dignity for everybody around me.
I love this word. You know, it's we often live in a world that doesn't have a lot of dignity in it. So to be able to give ourselves that and to cultivate our ability to then provide that to someone else is fairly powerful. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, we have just a little bit of time here. And so maybe just a moment to say thank you. Thank you for being here. You know, this event is co-hosted by Hacking HR and Enrique and crew. And I'm Scott. I'm Scott Shute. I'm the co-founder of Changing Work, where our goal in life is to change work from the inside out and make work a more humane and beautiful place. And so excited to be here. Next up, good friend, mentor, wonderful human being, David Seamus. So good morning, David. How are you?
Scott, good morning. It's really good to see you. And whenever I see that guitar in the background, somehow it just makes the day perfect.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. No plans to play it today, but hey, you know, my arm has been twisted before, but I'm gonna read a little bit about your background, and then we'll get started. Does that sound good? So, David Seamus is the managing director of research and impact at Emerson Collective, where he works to develop in-depth research projects and distributes findings and analysis in service of Emerson's priorities, including democracy, immigration, education, and climate. And David had the, I think, amazing experience to work with President Obama in the Obama administration starting in 2009 through 2016 in a variety of roles, from deputy assistant to director of opinion research. And then after the time in office, he was invited to be the CEO of the Obama Foundation and served in that capacity for some time. Thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate you.
Scott, it's a real pleasure. I've been looking forward to this.
So before we get started in all of the, let's say, more mental things, I'm curious, what makes your heart light up?
Oh my! Every time, especially in the morning when I see my wife and daughters for the first time,
Hmm.
it's something that I remember from especially my mom, who had this habit, although she would express it differently, around just the magic of a new day. And they'll all laugh at me where literally, Scott, every morning I will say something like, "We get to do this again." And it's both a way of connecting, but also in a subtle and nuanced way, a good reminder of, how precious, not to be overly precious about it, but how amazing this is. And so that always just sparks me immediately, and I'm so lucky to have that.
That is a fantastic piece of advice. Imagine if we all approached the day like that. It's like, oh, we get to do this again.
Right. Right, because you see so often people who either physically or mentally or spiritually in one way or another don't. And right, Scott, not every day is pleasant. But that just reminder, at least for me, provides that spark and joy. So
I love it. I love it. Well, our topic today is the power of mentoring. And it occurs to me that you had perhaps one of the most famous and maybe best mentors that I can think of in President Obama. Could you share a little bit about what that experience was like?
it was surreal, just about every day. And while the settings were different, and Scott, getting called into the Oval Office, whenever it occurred, there was always this moment before you walk into the room where all of a sudden the images and the memories of previous encounters, but also the perception of what had happened in that room and just the way he occupied it with the different images and the way he carried himself was surreal. But the thing that strikes me even now in retrospect was just the consistency of behavior, informed by a core set of values that was just essentially the essence of the relationship in model. So, for example, the world could be on a given day just in turmoil, as it often was. And ultimately, he was faced with, and any president is faced with, making a certain series of choices, none of which are going to be perfect. And you understand that and you wrestle with it. But in that moment of high stress and high tension, where there are very few people on the planet who are feeling it the way he is, all of us around him saw that consistency of behavior that sometimes we would describe as never too high, never too low, taking a step back, analyzing as much information as you possibly can, discerning and thinking about different options and perspectives, but then trying to root them in core fundamental values and principles so that you are anchored and tethered. And it was never explicit, like this is the way you do leadership or decision making. But for all of us around him, when we were feeling stress, and I found this myself to say, well, look, if he's not necessarily serene, but if he is approaching it in this way, certainly I can do the same, because I can't imagine 1% of what he is feeling at this given moment. And so it was the behavior in that type of interaction that for me was, in some ways, the strongest type of mentorship that I've been exposed to with him.
That's a really interesting point. I've been around leaders who were fantastic coaches, one-on-one, behind closed doors. They were fantastic coaches. They were all about the questioning. I've been around other leaders who it was all by example, and they were extraordinary on stage. They were extraordinary in a meeting, but as a one-on-one coach, I didn't quite get what I wanted from them. And I had to know their strengths. And so I'm curious, you mentioned that President Obama sounded like led by example. Was he also a coach, or that just wasn't part of his repertoire?
No, I think it is, but the limitations, especially in that office, are the limitations on time, where literally every 15 minutes is scheduled and accounted for. And so the interactions for that type of engagement are in the moments in between the schedule. But even there, when I had the luxury of having those, and my colleagues also, the giving of feedback was always done in a way where it wasn't about telling you what to do or what not to do. It took the style and form of, walk me through how you thought about X. How did you think about Y? What did you do? Right? It was this very kind of Socratic approach that wasn't prescriptive. It wasn't, this is wrong and this is right. Because especially there in that building, when you move beyond the core values and principles, the conditions and situations change so dramatically. And the information that you are receiving is so fleeting and multivaried that the discernment or the determination of this is right and this is wrong is rare. He would describe it as usually most decisions, by the time it gets to that desk, are 51-49 decisions. They're 52-48 decisions. Because if they were easier, they would have been decided by someone else before it got there. And so that was the one-on-one type of approach that was episodic, but that's the form that it took, that I think is very consistent with what I just observed in terms of his interpersonal style and his leadership style, and also rooted in a deep sense of both empathy and compassion. The ability and the intention, even when you're reading a briefing about a meeting with, whether it's a foreign leader or a member of Congress or someone else, the deliberate action of putting yourself in their shoes so that you understand their incentives, their perspective, and the dynamics and conditions and situations that they are reacting to or directing. So it was all part of this wonderful mix. So it was a joy, Scott.
It sounds pretty amazing. As you talk about it, the decisions being 50-50, 49, 51, it occurs to me that the country, in our case, the US, is kind of like that as well. 50-50, 45-55. And so by the time it gets there, he not only has to represent Democrats, but represent all citizens. And I gather he took that role very seriously. And so what I hear you talking about is curiosity. Curiosity for every side, curiosity for the process of how do we even make this decision, curiosity for what is right. And so I'm wondering if you could speak more about curiosity from that position, and curiosity, the qualities of curiosity needed by every leader.
So there is, it is a curiosity that is tempered by and informed by a sense of humility, especially what you said about having to represent all citizens. That requires you to have your beliefs and your perspectives around this specific issue, the outcome that I would like for these following reasons. But between my intentions and the outcomes, the path that you take has to be super, super flexible because of the multiplicity of forces and influences who will have a say, not just yours, even in that position. So there's a humility there just from a power perspective. The other sense of humility that I think is important to make that curiosity, to unleash that curiosity, is to not be too tied to either your preferred approach, your specific ideology, or to be blinded by the idea that just because someone else is of a different party or a different nation, has different incentives, different worldviews, that they are either wrong from the beginning, venal, or have impure motives. Now, some of that may be true, but if that's the way you approach the conversations, you are literally blinding yourself to the possibility of learning something and appreciating something that is of essence in that given moment. And so that curiosity needs to be the default mode, but it needs to be then tempered with, hold your beliefs, but hold them lightly. Which is something that I just saw consistently. This I believe, this I would like to see, which is the job of the leader, is to point, we're going here, but then maintain maximum flexibility around notions of consensus in broad understandings of democracy, especially in the, forgive me for getting all nerdy on this, but the beauty and the essence of the American Republic, our democracy, and the experiment that it is the crazy idea that the people are sovereign. And if you begin with the idea that the people are sovereign, not the members of Congress or the President of the United States, but Scott, you and me and everyone watching, that means you need to treat them with the respect and the dignity, even when you disagree with them tremendously, that they are equals in that regard. That's a mindset that I think is important and that I saw, not always. We are super imperfect and flawed, but more often than not.
That's beautiful. Let me circle back to mentoring for a bit. It sounds like, well, actually, let me ask you, with all of that, and in this very unique expression of experience that you got to have, what did that teach you about being a good mentor that you're able to carry on to your daughters or to the people around you?
Yeah. There are a couple of pieces that, for me, at least, when I talk to my daughters, one is 25 and one is 18, and the first is to find people who, in whatever work that they are doing, that they are interested in, who are exceptional, not just in the work that they do, but in how they do it. Especially the how piece. Because the disciplines, the day-to-day, some component parts of what constitutes someone's character on a personal level, on a professional level, is actually where the education for me in my life has come from. And so I urge that. The second thing is, and this goes back to what I was saying about time, to be very respectful of time. And to enter into or seek those relationships in a way where you are cognizant of the limitations of time in the preparation that you should bring to those encounters, and be mindful and respectful of them, and based upon the interaction with the person, be explicit or not about, look, I want to pursue this today. And then the third piece is, I think, which is the flip side of that, is to understand that for good mentors, they're also in a feedback mode. They will learn something from you, even if it's just, a wildly different perspective that's informed by your experience. And so rather than simply being a receptacle on the receiving end,
Mm.
be aware of and open to entering into the conversations where you can say, oh, that's interesting. My perspective on this is X based upon these factors. What do you think about that? So rather than just treating the mentor like ChatGPT or Google or some version of that, right? It's like there's an opportunity for a conversation, because then you begin to see even the way people think and they process and they engage. And in any organization or in any type of environment, that two-way street is essential. And so build that in from the beginning.
Beautiful. I know at the Obama Foundation, mentoring at scale was very important in helping young people thrive. Could you talk more about that? And then perhaps if there are lessons that any organization can learn from that about how to build their own mentoring programs.
Yeah. First, we were intentional about the idea of building a culture of mentorship. And that meant consistently, in terms of communications, highlighting examples of generous and effective mentors. So again, establishing that North Star. This is what it looks like. Once you've done that and you have this notion of a culture, then it's about the training of and beginning to set up processes of, so that, if you're lucky, it just happens. But there are ways to establish processes and trainings that make it more likely that you then meet the exemplar, the culture that you're trying to establish. Underneath that, flowing then from the training, essentially, is creating the conditions at all levels of the organization, even to the most junior level, where there are these built-in opportunities for engagement and mentorship, whether it's certain periods of time, certain modes of communication, certain expectations about what you do. And then, finally is a version of providing tools or different types of platforms to remove as much of the friction that is attendant to that. And so, like everything else, as an organization, the Obama Foundation, that was rooted in community organizing. Community organizing has very basic principles that are grounded in one-on-one interactions, but then can multiply to broader groups of individuals. And so, culture, training, systems and platforms, repeat. And then on a periodic basis, against the cultural exemplars, make sure, whether it's monthly or quarterly or whenever, you are lifting up these real life examples of people within the organization who now are modeling that. And because people will respond to that. I want to be like that. Oh, I didn't know that this could be this way. And so, Scott, in my opinion, these things just don't happen. And if they do, it's serendipity on a one-on-one basis, or even a little bit more than that. But any good organization follows, I think, these types of processes and builds these types of systems.
Love it. So it sounds like, if I play it back, we set the expectation that this is going to happen. We create the environment, we create the tools, and then we tell the stories to reinforce that this is the behavior we're looking for. It occurs to me that is not just a recipe for mentoring, it's a recipe for almost every good cultural tenet that you want to employ. Yeah.
100%.
One of the things that occurs to me is that you are a professional listener. And I don't know if you would describe yourself that way, but some of the roles you've had, from political researcher, essentially, in my limited view, learning what people think so that we can make decisions from then. What actually, first of all, is that true? Do you think of yourself in that way? And then what have you learned from all of this listening?
I think that's an important part of my professional journey. It's really been grounded in listening as the most important part of the feedback loop that you create. And it took a variety of different forms, but the thing that comes closest to it is, imagine when I was especially in the White House, on a Tuesday morning, you fly to someplace in Iowa. On Tuesday afternoon, no one knows who you are, but I'm sitting, at a diner or in a restaurant, and I'm striking up conversations, but they're not directed. You're just processing and listening. And then I'm behind a two-way mirror, hearing as people wrestle with things that are important to them in their community. And the most important piece for me, which has been part of my contemplative practice, is the ability to hear and to see is limited and encumbered by my thoughts and my perceptions of what I want it to be or what I don't want it to be, which is normal. We have our priors informed by our experience and who we are. But at that moment, you have to not just hear, but you also at the same time have to say, look, I need to, whatever anger or revulsion or joy or connection I'm making has to be put aside. Because only there can you try to get at emotion, incentives, motives, and the fact that the overwhelming majority of people that I have heard, met, and listened to in my life are more than one thing. They are more than this opinion on this. They are conflicted. They are always seeking some type of balance. They are informed by the people around them, by the group culture that they are a part of, by whatever the inputs that have arisen at that moment that increase the level of salience of a specific thing. All of these different factors lead to what my greatest finding has been, or my greatest learning in the way I approach it is, I have to be curious about what I am hearing my fellow sovereign say. And if it's something I don't agree with, there is an essence to what I can't just immediately write it off. At the end of the day, it may be something that I just fundamentally disagree with or even oppose, but that person isn't alone. In a republic like ours, in the American democracy, where essentially the entire process is about mediating a multiplicity of different opinions and views and perspectives among a group of people who are all sovereign. It's essential that we enter into these conversations with not this overly sentimental view of consensus and compromise, but around this constant, almost like a constant searching for equilibrium. Because in that equilibrium, essentially, that's the way we flourish. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. This happens, there are these reactions. This condition occurs, this condition follows it. And it's a constant changing. And the listening, at least for me, gives me an insight into as many of those different factors as possible that then allows me to, either on my own or in service of folks who are making a decision, to say, all right, consider this or consider that, informed not by my views. Well, my views will always be there, but they have to be tempered, but informed by as many different opinions in a diversity of thought, in a diversity of experience, in a diversity of perspective that just enriches and is the lifeblood of our republic, our democracy. And so that's, and as hopefully you can see, Scott, and have seen, it's a joy, even when it's hard.
That's beautiful. All right, I want to make this real for everyone who's listening, right? Because I think this is black belt level listening skills or ninth degree black belt listening skills. When you're sat in front of someone who maybe you don't agree with, maybe you vehemently disagree with, I'm curious, what's the story you tell yourself, or what's the hack you use to remain centered, to remain curious, to not let your own thoughts and beliefs and opinions and noise get in the way?
Yeah, it's different almost every time, and it depends upon the type of session. But usually it comes down to, Scott, to, I'm imagining one specific person now in Las Vegas who was, saying stuff that was pretty raw. But he also 5 minutes before had talked about his daughter. Right? Anytime there was an expression of sadness or anger, there's a humanity there. I have to see, I have to listen to, I have to anchor in that type of humanity. I'm a dad too. He's a dad. Right? We all, we all will grow old, get sick, and die. We all love and are loved. We all have had our hearts broken. We've all experienced profound joy and emotion and sorrow and happiness. That guy too. And for me, that is helpful in just kind of regulating what will pop into my mind. In the preconceived notion about that person is a hater, that person is this, that person is that. It's there, right, Scott? That'll never go away. But when it gets there, then to try to get back to, okay, there's something else here that I am missing. And to do that in a way that isn't paternalistic or elite. That conveys some kind of, I am virtuous because I am overcoming, right? It's like, it's the type of paternalistic empathy. I'm going to make myself, I'm trying to understand you. Even in that listening, there are flavors of that. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And as we enter, or we have entered, this next round of election cycle, which fans the flames of partisanship, it fans the flames of division, what you're saying feels like the root of what could keep us together. This curiosity, this seeing the other person as like me, feels like the kernel of where we start to say, actually, we're not all that different.
Yeah, that's and Scott, I hear it every week when I'm listening to voters, whether they are supporting former President Trump or President Biden or any one of the other Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Cornel West, Jill Stein. There is a hunger among almost all of these people to get past the interpersonal recrimination, right? It's almost as if they can separate, okay, I will have these strong, oftentimes negative feelings about the candidates. But that need not mean that I am going to have this about especially family who disagree with me or friends who disagree with me. Because at the end of the day, those relationships, those connections should transcend because we are more than the party or the candidate. And sometimes it makes it easier to say, well, if they support X, it means that person is Y in their totality and their whole. I have yet to meet someone who is that binary and simplistic.
Sure.
So
Beautiful. All right. Well, we are nearly at time. And knowing what you know, listening the way you listen, seeing what's going on at the core of America and the world, what gives you hope?
yeah, it's that there is an whether it's resilience or the human capacity to adapt, the human desire to be not in conflict but in common. People have that, and so it's rare that there's a person who wants to be in conflict.
Hmm.
And I've seen that. And so with all of the swirl that creates different conditions, that's the thing that for me is the most hopeful, is that given a choice, people will go to what I have in common with you, even if it's hard to find, versus conflict, because the conflict is painful for folks. They don't like it. No, I've yet to meet someone who in their core prefers to be in this I'm in conflict dynamic. That for me is, with all the technological changes and all of the things that occur, that basic element that in some ways is core to humans around being in society and being in a group together, that gives me hope.
Beautiful. David Seamus, thank you for the work you do in the world. Thank you for being an amazing human. And thank you for your time here today.
Scott, thank you for what you do. I'm really grateful. And I hope you have a good rest of the day. And I hope you bust out the guitar later on.
All right. Thanks, David. Have a good one. Oh, very good. Very good. Well, friends, wow. I feel like we need a breath here. Maybe we'll just take a little stretch. And next up, we have Chris Schembra. I would like to invite to the stage. Hey, Chris.
Hey, pal. Thank you for having me today.
Yeah, how are you?
You are on quite a roll today. I have a question for you.
Oh, you
Scott.
have a question for me? All right, tell me.
What has been one of your greatest takeaways? You've met so many amazing people through this summit today. What's been one tip that has really stuck out for you?
I love it. Thank you for that. Let's see. I learned something new from Dr. Robin Haley Defoe. She talks about stress and resilience. And one of my favorite hacks from her was, when you're in a meeting, always start with the most junior person and hear what they have to say first. I thought that was genius, right? And then in our discussion with David Seamus, just this intense curiosity when we're in conversation with someone, even if we really disagree with someone, if we can think about just holding on to that curiosity and letting go of our own noise. To me, these are that was worth the price of admission for those two things.
Wow. Curiosity, listen to the quiet ones, listen to the young voices, empower anybody on the team to own culture and bring forth some pretty innovative ideas.
Exactly.
Well, dang, I need to learn some of that myself.
Right? We all do. Chris, let me tell folks who you are in the world, and then let's get into it. So Chris is a Wall Street Journal best-selling author of Gratitude Through Hard Times and also Gratitude and Pasta. And I want to hear the story about gratitude and pasta. USA Today calls him their gratitude guru, and he's a founding member of Rolling Stone magazine's Culture Council and sits on the exec board at Fast Company magazine. And as a viral marketer, his gratitude campaign, giving tribute and thanks to veterans, earned over 36 million views and 2 Emmy Awards. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Welcome, Chris.
Scott, thank you for having me. Enrique Rubio and to the entire team at Hacking HR, thank you for putting on this summit. And to all of you watching, it's great to meet y'all. I know you've been through a back-to-back-to-back day of such amazing new learnings. And I thank you for tuning in. I hope you're coming out not only some good tidbits, but I hope you're coming out with a good feeling, right? As Maya Angelou once said, people won't remember what you did or what you said, but they'll always remember how you made them feel. And I hope that some of your learnings today really inspire you to lean in with a renewed commitment of service and heart to the work that you do, helping bring people together within the workplace at a time where they need human connection more than ever before. So thank you for showing up here today.
So good. All right, Chris, how did you get to be a gratitude guru? Tell me the story.
The story. Folks, you're gonna laugh at the seemingly simple side of this story a couple times, but I promise it brings us to where we are in the present. My story of gratitude started in July of 2015. If you looked at my life back then, you would have seen a guy who looked not too dissimilar from this. I had a good job. I had nice people said nice things about me. I had good colleagues and coworkers, and we were doing great work for the world. I was operating in the theater industry as a producer. And one day I got back home to New York City after producing a Broadway play over in Rome, Italy. And when I got back here to New York City, I realized I felt four things in the moment: lonely, unfulfilled, disconnected, unappreciated, burnt out, and insecure. And it took Italy producing the play over there to make me realize that about myself, that just because a life looked good on paper, like so many of yours watching this live stream, didn't mean it felt good in the heart. There was a disconnect. And in that moment, I knew I had to do something quick about my life situation, or I was liable to go down a deep, dark path. I have a long history of non-suicidal self-injury, multiple stints in rehab, a long bouts of depression, and I didn't want to go back. So I thought, what was it exactly about my time in Italy, Rome in particular, if any of you have ever visited, that changed my perspective on living? Scott, was how they walked, how they talked, how they made love, how they honored history? No, it's how they ate their food with their friends around the dinner table, amongst community to the wee hours of the morning. It's what woke me up, the power of human connection. And Scott, I said, I got to bring that magic, that feeling back here to New York City. And when I got back home, you're going to laugh when I say this, I invented a pasta sauce recipe. And I thought it was pretty good, but I figured I should feed it to people to see if it was really even good or not. And I decided to host a dinner party. And on July 15th, 2015, I invited 15 of my friends that didn't know each other over to my home for a simple dinner party.
Oh, where's Chris? We were just getting to the part in the story where, we're all of the. Oh,
am I
there he
back?
is. You're back. You're back.
Interesting. Anyways, hello everybody.
You had just invited 15 people over for a dinner party, and then
we invited people over. We worked together to create the meal. We had a shared group experience. I asked what would now become our signature gratitude question. Everybody brought forth some amazing stories. A few people cried. They loved the pasta sauce. I fell in love with the idea of connecting people. And we've been doing that every single day since, helping people connect in the most meaningful way, whether it's around the dinner table or at a large event or through a big culture campaign or whatever. And we've used the principles of gratitude, empathy, human connection, and belonging to spark over 500,000 relationships in the last 8 years. It all started around the dinner table, helping people connect in a meaningful way. And once amazing companies like all of yours watching started hearing what we were doing, we started working with them to help bring together their remote teams, help them reconnect with their customers and external partners, and just have a good time. But the pasta sauce wasn't too bad. The people approved of it.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Any secret ingredients that make the pasta sauce,
You know, Scott, I could tell you that, but then I'd have to, I'd have to do the Men in Black memory eraser.
Yeah,
But
sure.
I'll just say this: it's made with love, it's made with gratitude, and got a few secret ingredients in there somewhere.
Okay, fine. Well, if you won't tell me the secret ingredients to the pasta sauce just yet, how about the secret ingredients to helping people connect? Right? I mean, on the one hand, it doesn't seem that complicated, but I'm sure there's some ingredients that make it go. So, what are those ingredients to true connection?
Yeah, I think the secret sauce of human connection, as we say, is I think it requires people to come into the present and acknowledge each other's shared humanity and slow down, turn on a generous spirit for connection, and just lean into it with their heart. I think connecting meaningfully amongst people first requires the courageous step of acknowledging a lot of us feel lonely. How do I do something about that? Let me lean into human connection. Vivek H. Murthy, the great Surgeon General of the United States, put out a report a number of years ago that showed that 51% of the American workforce reports feeling lonely on a consistent basis. This is equivalent to the reduction of lifespan of smoking 15 cigarettes a day. So the first step towards creating a meaningful moment of human connection within your culture is to acknowledge there's a lot of disconnected, lonely people, and maybe I'm one of them. So how do I overcome that for myself and then bring that type of connection towards others?
Okay, so it starts just by recognizing that this is a thing, and either internalizing it for me or internalizing it for my team, that this is a problem.
Yeah.
Do you have some success stories to share, or companies or leaders who are getting this right? Like, who can we look to?
In terms of human connection, in terms of creating a culture of belonging and connection and gratitude and all these kind of things?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to 2008, and I'm going to go back to Gary Ridge. For all of you who have ever owned a bicycle or had a squeaky door hinge, or I don't know, had anything that was covered in rust at any point in your life, you've likely used a simple product called WD-40. And it sounds laughingly simple to start off a story about human connection with WD-40, but hear me out. In 2008, as the world was entering obviously a massive global financial crisis and entering the Great Recession, Gary Ridge, the CEO of WD-40, he wanted to rise up to the occasion. He knew that his people that he leads, all they were going to see out in the marketplace and on TV and in the news was going to be fear and dread and disinterest and detachment and all these scary things. And Mr. Ridge said, I don't want to waste a good crisis. This is the opportunity to create a safe harbor where they could find hope and optimism for our future through this scary time. And Mr. Ridge made a commitment in that moment early in the financial crisis that he would be one of the only companies not to lay off a single person through this crisis. And he would do that by doubling down in learning, passion, engagement, recognition, human connection, and belonging. He made an initiative. He went to his senior leaders and said, I want you to go out into the tentacles of the organization, and I want you to recognize people for their contributions that they've made along the mission, vision, values of our organization. He wanted people to go out and say, hey, Carrie, I see that you're doing the own it mindset. I recognize you for that. Hey, Sebastian, I see that you're playing together like a tribe. I recognize you for that. And he went out and he made it an initiative, and his team really responded in a positive way. Throughout that 2008, 2009 period, they leaned into appreciating others, leading with gratitude, creating meaningful moments of human connection. And by 2010, 2 years into it, they reported the best financials in their company's 57-year history. If you zoom out 14 years since 2024, 2010, their revenue has quadrupled. Their stock has grown 300%. They outpaced the S&P 500 every year since. And at their recent employee engagement survey, 99% of their tribe members report loving working for WD-40.
Wow, 99%?
99% of tribe members report loving working for WD-40.
That's amazing.
I mean, he went on my buddy Chester Elton's podcast and he talked about gratitude and recognition, meaningful moments of human connection being the glue that keeps the relationships within their culture alive. It's tribal, it's communal, it's connected. The proof is in the pudding. The results are in the amazing growth.
So you talk about recognition. I want to double click on this a bit. What makes really good recognition?
So we define recognition as the act of expressing gratitude and acknowledgement to the way that your employees' contributions align with the mission, vision, values of your organization.
So it reinforces the goodness that you're already trying to set out.
Yeah, you know, we have a belief that in order to achieve excellence, in order to achieve efficiency and innovation, in order to drive long-term shareholder value, in order to build a culture of innovation and creativity, in order to get things done, you need to have a laser-like focus on the things that drive values and make those the priorities. And one of the things that you can do, that you can focus your entire vision around, is the mission, vision, values of the organization, connecting what you do to the ultimate why of the impact of your organization. And so recognition is double clicking on people's commitment to that culture on a frequent basis. It's double clicking and saying, Scott, I see what you're doing. I know you're stretched thin. I know when growth outpaces gratitude and we don't have enough resources to get you more bodies, more budget, more resources, you're stretched thin, you're burnt out, you're working 6 to 7 jobs at once. But I just want to let you know, Scott, I see you. You're doing it. I thank you. We're doing this together. And the more often that you can actually recognize your people in a really meaningful way, the more willing they're 81% of employees are more willing to work harder if their employer is more shows them more gratitude and appreciation. So people really want to lean in when they feel valued.
That's powerful. This is not rocket science, right? And I'm curious why we get stuck, right? I think sometimes as managers, we're pothole leaders, right? There can be 1,000 miles of perfect road, but if there's one pothole in 1,000 miles, we'll focus on that. And we think it's our job just to look at what's wrong. So how do we encourage people to also be spending time on the what's right?
So it sounds like some leaders wake up and dwell on what's wrong versus wake up and appreciate what's right and help it go more right. Double clicking on the positive. I get that. So I want to take a stab at kind of what's preventing us from doing that. And I want to reference the success of one of our, Scott mentioned that we sit on we're one of the founding members of Rolling Stone magazine's Culture Council. If you go to rollingstone.com and just type in Chris Schember, you'll see dozens of amazing articles on the science and psychology and ancient Stoic philosophy of gratitude, empathy, connection, belonging. And one of our highest performing pieces, of which one guy, Larry Levine, reads every Monday, is the topic of why receiving gratitude is hard. And this is going to answer your question, Scott. A lot of us have a defense against intimacy of receiving gratitude. When's the last time someone in your life came up to you and said, "Hey, Joshua, I I just wanted to give you gratitude for holding the door open for me last week. It really changed my perspective on living. No, don't worry about it. It was nothing. You're good. How many of you do that? Well, what you don't realize you're doing is you are convincing yourself you're not worthy of receiving that gratitude. You're blocking other people's attempts at generosity, and you're creating disconnection. You're creating deflection, non-inspired connection. And so if human beings' natural instinct is to block gratitude, it's also to devalue gratitude. I don't need to be open to receiving it. My life's good without it. So then why would we go out of our way to give it if we don't even see the benefits of receiving it? Most people walk around this earth underestimating the impact gratitude has on the recipient and overestimating how much the recipient thinks we're grateful for them. And that is a disconnect. We see it in cultures, we see it in families, we see it in friends, and it broods disconnection.
That makes sense. Okay, well, let's say that you're listening and you've gotten me this far. I know that, okay, gratitude is good, makes everybody feel better, makes them feel more connected, energized. A good way to do it is to align with mission, vision, values, and all the stuff we're trying to do as a leader. Let's say you've gotten me to this point. I'm ready to go do it. Now, now what? Like, what are some of the like the best practices to actually do it, to actually give gratitude or appreciation?
If you want a best practice for actually giving gratitude, first, I want you to feel gratitude right now in this moment watching this webinar. I told you the story earlier of how the dinner table saved my life. I told you the story of how my friends came together to connect and cook and eat pasta sauce and have a good time. In that story, I also mentioned that we asked a simple gratitude question at that very first dinner, July 15th, 2015 at 7:47 p.m., which, folks, by the way, is now the name of my cult that I lead. It's literally tattooed on my body. We asked a simple question, and I want to ask you here right now in this call, just to give you a gift of presence and reflection in this moment. At that very first dinner table, we looked at our people and said, folks, if you could give credit or thanks to one person in your life that you don't give enough credit or thanks to, that you've never thought to thank, who would that be? And I want you to think about that for just 20 seconds. I'm going to set a timer, 20 seconds. If you're watching this, meditate.
Maybe even journal it, yeah?
Who are you thinking about right now in this moment? Who have you never thought to thank? Is this someone from way back in your past? Is this someone who's sitting right next to you at your home office today? Is this someone who had a positive impact on you? Is this someone who had a negative impact on you? Have you never thought to thank yourself? If you're watching this and you're courageous, type it into the group chat, wherever you're watching. You're watching on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Zoom. Type it in the group chat. I'd love to see who you're grateful for. Thank you for that. That feeling that you feel right there, that's gratitude. Doesn't matter how you express it. Doesn't matter who you express it to. It doesn't matter when you do it. That feeling right there in your heart right now, that's gratitude. And my hope is that you take that feeling and you spread it like wildfire within your organization and within your community. Think of the person that you just gave gratitude to. Text them. Call them. If they're no longer with us, write them a letter. what happens when we take that feeling and we spread it in a pro-social way towards others, that it creates a positive upward spiral. This creates an infectious moment within cultures, leads to greater hope, pride, optimism, innovation, creativity, resilience needed to get through further trying times because you've got the internal resilience and strength and connection. And if you just do that one thing, go give gratitude to one person today that you just felt, you've done enough. But I caution you, there's a right and a wrong way to give authentic gratitude. And I'll bring it back to the workplace. I'll tell you a story. I wanted to give gratitude to my friend Henry one time. Henry means the world to me. He's a dear friend. He's a hero to so many people. He's built a wonderful organization, and he's been really involved in amazing philanthropic activities that mean the world to me. I wanted to thank him one day for being a good friend. So I hired this artist, and this artist asked me for details of Henry's life, and this artist engraved it on a mug. And he sent this mug, this big coffee mug, in a huge wooden box to Henry way across the country. I mean, this artist poured their whole life into this mug. And weeks went by. I would text and DM Henry on a almost daily basis, but no mention of the mug. And I called him up and I said, Henry, did you get the mug? I love the mug, Chris. What's up? Henry, curious. I got a question for you. How do you like to receive gratitude? What language do you like to receive gratitude or appreciation in? He said, quality time and acts of service. Let me guess, Chris, you love giving gifts. And in that moment, I realized I missed the complete boat. I sent a gift across the country to a friend of mine who just wanted me to hop on the plane and come volunteer at a local nonprofit with them and spend some good quality time. And it made me realize the simple sentence that not all gratitude given is gratitude heard. Gratitude given in the language that's most convenient for you, the leader, to give, can sometimes come across as selfish, convenient, inauthentic, and lazy. But gratitude given in a language your employees like to receive it, that's authentically heard. That's received well. And I keep talking about languages. What are we talking about? Gary Chapman's book, The 5 Love Languages, and his sister book, The Languages of Appreciation in the Workplace. See, it all comes down, and I know we're closing out in a sec, it all comes down to empathy. Empathy is the art of imaginatively stepping into the shoes of another person, understanding their feelings and perspectives, and using that knowledge to guide your action. Recognition rooted in empathy is the most authentic form. It's got to be personalized. It's got to be in the language of the recipient. It's not a one-size-fits-all blanket across your culture. So give that recognition, give that gratitude in the way that people like to receive the most. We call that the platinum rule.
Chris, how do we know that? Especially if we don't know the person very well, or maybe they're 2-3 layers deep in the organization. How do we get that right?
Oh, you can do a variety of things. You can send out surveys. You can practice empathetic journeying and listening, right? I think one of the greatest skills that leaders need to have in this new world of work is practicing the art of slow listening. Practicing the art of just observing what your people are going through, what they're saying, how they're doing. I know this is crazy for me to say. I don't know the organizations that you're a part of. You got so many things going on left and right. But I promise you, you take the time to slow down and engage in listening, questions, curiosity, passion, connection of your people, you'll actually speed up progress. When you combine quality care and meaningful engagement, you increase the output of innovation, higher quality insights, and the speed at which you achieve meaningful achievements. It's the paradox of speed. And in this new world of work, people are craving slow down, connection, these kind of good things. So just
Beautiful.
listen and just ask them. Every single person that we work with, after we work with them, and I email them a thank you, I say, Scott, by the way, what's your language of appreciation you like to receive? Scott, how would you answer that, by the way?
For me, my love language is words.
Words. So I might write you a letter after this to thank you.
Yeah.
Instead
Cool.
of sending you a gift.
Yeah,
don't
no
know.
more mugs. I don't need
No
any
more
more
mugs.
mugs.
No more mugs.
Chris, this is awesome. If people want to know more, if they want to work with you, where do they find you?
I mean, just email us. Just go to chrisshembra.com. Email us in the contact button. Find me on LinkedIn, Chris Shembra. Would love to connect. We've been helping many of the world's leading organizations, Google, Microsoft, IBM, Dell, Citibank, Chase, JP Morgan, the United States government, create cultures of recognition, connection, belonging. It's not just a nice to have. It is the future in this new world of work. Soft skills are the new thing. Empathetic leadership, authentic recognition. So we'd love to have a conversation.
Beautiful. Final question. What gives you hope?
What gives me hope? What gives me hope? Anytime I see someone go out of their way and break through an internal barrier to create a meaningful group experience around the dinner table for others in their neighborhood, amongst their friends, amongst their family, knowing they are solving the crisis of disconnection and the epidemic of loneliness in the people they surround themselves with on a daily basis, that gives me hope for the future of our world.
Boom.
Bam.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for shining your light so brightly. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me, pal. Nice to meet you all.
All right. Thanks, Chris. All right, my friends. Good stuff. Good stuff. Every day has been amazing, but man, today in this moment, pretty good. Next up, Nicole Ennin is going to get us grounded, get us moving. Hi, Nicole. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you, Scott?
I'm doing very well. I'm looking forward to our meditation and movement break with you. So
Yeah.
I'll turn it over to you. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, what a great conversation about gratitude and about how we can bring that gratitude and that empathy to others. Today during this session, I want you to turn that gratitude inward and turn it internally. Today we're going to be moving our body around in different ways and kind of releasing some of that tension. A lot of times we forget about the mind-body connection that we have and how important it is to move our body. So my name is Nicole Ennin. I am the founder of Org Empathy Consulting, and I'm a certified facilitator in movement and practice, which brings the research of how we move and dance and how can that affect how we think, how we feel, and how we interact with others in our day-to-day and our work life. And so movement and dance has not just been shown to have physical benefits, but there's a lot of research linking it to improved mood and emotional regulation as well. So building in movement, even dance breaks throughout your day, how can that help you show up better and show gratitude and be more empathetic in your meetings to get you reduce those cortisol levels and get you back to your baseline? So today I'm going to bring you through some flowing exercises to get that tension out of your body. If you can, I suggest that you stand up. A lot of times we're seated, hunched over a desk all day. So stand up if you can. If not, a lot of these are going to be focused on the upper body, so you can do them seated. I'm going to be demonstrating the exercises, so just feel free to follow along with me at your own pace. And you know your body best. So feel free to modify, feel free to skip any motions that are uncomfortable for you. You know yourself, you know your body. So we're going to go through a couple exercises. I'll be demonstrating them as we go through, and just follow along with me. Usually we do this with music, but we love technology and sometimes the sound doesn't come out the best. So think about your favorite song in your head today, what song's making you groove, and we'll kind of bring that with us as we go through the exercises. So the first exercise we're going to do, we're going to be bringing our arm, we're going to be going to the side, and then we stretch over, and then back, and then down. Now let's bring the other side over, back, and down. Let's repeat that. Stretch. Keep breathing throughout this. Last one. Over and down. Now we're going to roll out those shoulders. A lot of times we hold tension in our upper body. So let's bring shoulders forward, nice and slow. We're going to do 4 of these at your own pace. 3. And let's reverse that. So bring those shoulders up and back. 2 and 1. All right, so now I just want you to start kind of leaning to the side. Let's get that lower back engaged, get that turning a little bit. And then we're going to add the arms and just bring a flow like you're flowing motion, flowing water. We're going to raise those arms. And let's bring it back down. All right, now we're going to go into some neck rolls. So I want these to be very slow. And again, if they're starting to tweak in any way, please feel free to modify, but we're just going to slowly roll, nice and slow. And then we bring it around and back. And then we're going to go the other way, nice and slow. And back. 2 more. Keep breathing. And last one. All right, now I want you to bring your arms up into a T, as much space as you have. If you have to crunch in a little, that's okay. But we're just going to be, again, kind of getting that body turned in different ways that we've been sitting maybe at a desk all day. So we're going to bring the arm in front and the back, and back to the T, and back, T, and cross, and cross. Let's do 4 more each side. 2, 3, last one. There we go. And now if you're standing up, I suggest that you do little squats. We're going to do some just sun salutations. If you're sitting down, feel free to just use the arms. But nice deep breaths. We're going to bring it up. And then slowly pull it down. Bring it up. And slowly pull it down. Let's do 2 more. Up. And slowly pull it down. Last one. And bring it down. All right, I want you to check in with your body after that and just see if you feel any different. And many of us, again, are just chronically still throughout the day. And the tension and the cortisol levels, that physical and emotional tension just continues to build up in our bodies if we don't move. So building in little movement breaks throughout our day can not only help us regulate our mood, but it can help us kind of clear our brain. And there's a lot of research on how dance and other types of movements can help spark our thinking and our creative thinking. So we have a couple more minutes left. So we're actually going to go through a dance exercise. I'm going to teach you a little dance and we're going to do it together. Again, if you have a favorite song, keep that in mind, keep that in. Feel free to put it on the background if you want. But I'm gonna show you the moves first. So there's gonna be 5 different moves, and then we're gonna string them all together and do them back to back. So I'll break them down for you at the beginning. They're very simple. Again, you could do these seated or standing up. But the first one is just gonna be snap side to side for 4. So we're gonna go 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's try that one more time. We snap, we go 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so the next move is going to be what I like to call the strong arm. So we're going to bring our arm up to the side in a strong arm pose. So we do 1 side, 2, 3, and 4. All right, shake it out. Let's try that one more time. So we pull it up. We go strong arm, 2, 3, and 4. And the next one, we're going to jiggle those shoulders, get the shoulders nice and loose. So we're going to go side. We're going to go bop, 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 bop. And then 2 more. Do, 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 do. All right. Next one is I want you to do arm roll ups. So we're going to bring one arm to the side. We're going to roll it up and roll it down. Roll up and down. Then other side, we roll up and down. Up and down. And then the last move we have, we're going to bring it together, roll those arms up, and then shake them down. Let's do that one more time. We're going to roll those arms up and shake them down. All right, are we ready to string it all together? We got these 5 moves, just follow me. And again, if any of these aren't your jam, just groove. Feel free to dance. Do whatever you want. It's just about getting that tension out of your body. You do not need to be a good dancer for this to have positive benefits for you. So we're going to start with the side snaps, moving to the strong arm, shoulder jiggles. Then we got the roll ups, and then the bring it up and down. All right, are we ready? Let's go. So we go for 4, 3, 2, 1. Strong arms for 4, 3, 2, 1. Jiggles. Pop, 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 pop. 1 arm roll up. And 3, 2, and 1. Roll it up. And bring it down. Give yourself a hand. Nice job. Thank you all for dancing with me today. Again, my name is Nicole Ennin. And again, remember, movement makes such a big difference in our day, even little breaks throughout meetings. If you're at your desk for 4 hours, get up, take a couple of minutes. It can really make a difference on not just your physical health, but your mood, your emotions, and your ability to think. So I'll turn it back over to Scott for some more awesome sessions.
That was awesome, Nicole. I was sad that we didn't have the music going because, you know, it would have been a lot more fun for all of us with a little music, but I was playing along. So
yeah, you got to do music in your head sometimes. Sometimes the technology, yeah. we make it work.
I had to, but actually, Nicole, before you go, so I have walk-up music that I like. If you had walk-up music the next time you spoke or did something, what would your song be?
Oh, I feel like it changes on a daily basis, to be honest, right? I feel like right now, honestly, I've been listening to music without tone or without like sounds. And so it's just like tones and different types of things. So it's like something that's upbeat that I could just groove to. Yeah. That has none of the words attached to it so that we don't have the, you know, we can put on it whatever we're feeling at that moment. So
Very
I like
good.
that instrumental. Yeah.
Very good. Well, thank you for this break. I appreciate you and have a beautiful rest of your day.
You as well. Bye.
All right. Nicole Ennin, everyone. Well, that's good. Everybody got their shoulder shimmies and their strong arms, you know. Good stuff. All right. Next up, I want to bring Christina Hall to the stage. Hi, Christina. Yeah.
Totally ready with my shoulder shimmies. That was awesome.
That was great. Good stuff. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
My pleasure.
So Christina is a practicing attorney, and she's also the Chief Human Resources Officer at Instacart for the last 4 years-ish. And she's focused on building a holistic people and talent strategy designed to attract, retain, and develop employees at Instacart. She most recently was the Chief People Officer at LinkedIn. That's how I know Christina, and previously held HR roles at Facebook and Intuit. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you. So great to be here.
Yeah. So today we're talking about finding personal and professional harmony. Before we get into that, what is one thing that makes your heart light up?
Oh, every single day, I love to have the moment when I walk the dog around the neighborhood and have just some chance to get some natural light. Sometimes it's with my husband, sometimes it's with a friend, but just that sort of like a little bit quiet, a little bit nature moment with my dog is pretty chill, and it always starts my day on a high note if I'm able to do that.
Awesome. What's your dog's name?
Dante.
Dante. Oh, I just
Yes,
want to give him a little like tummy rubs
exactly.
and
He's the Italian stallion. Yes.
excellent. Well, I know that you were the head of HR, but you got your start as an attorney. And,
Yes.
I know for a lot of people, maybe that's obvious. For me, it was not obvious. Could you tell us about your journey a little bit? Like, how did that happen?
Sure. I had a totally non-linear career path, and I am a big fan of that. I started off like out of college with liberal arts degrees, and I kind of thought I would go to law school, but I needed to pay off student loans. So I started off in high-tech PR and did that for a couple of years, and then went to law school and thought I was going to be sort of doing more sort of public law, like maybe going into politics at some point or being a DA. And I did a summer at the DA's office, and it was really not for me. And then I got into corporate law, and there were things about it that intellectually I really enjoyed, but my favorite part was always talking to people about the agreements that I had drafted, or helping employees understand what the terms of their equity awards were. And it turns out that that piece of lawyering really just lends itself to the HR space. And so when I went in-house first as an attorney to Intuit, the head of HR at the time there was like, wow, you really seem to have a knack for people. Would you like to be an HR person? And I was a little like, but I'm an attorney, as though it's like
Yeah.
somehow this immutable fact. And she was like, you could do both. And it was a bit of a aha moment. You don't have to think of all these things as being so binary. And so literally ever since then, I've been in HR roles and maintaining my standing as an attorney, and it all seems to mesh very well together. The kind of law that I practiced was sort of executive compensation and employee benefits. So it's sort of an intersection of things that are a big part of HR. And like sort of overall the way it's worked out, I really enjoy sort of the combination. I don't think I'd ever go back to just being an attorney, because I really like some of the more, I don't know, nuanced personal kind of connections I get to make as an HR person.
Beautiful. Was there anything I guess, what has surprised you most in this journey from being in a more narrow lane of attorneying or lawyering to the more broad lane of HR?
Well, one of the things that consistently surprises me, but is just a fact, is that so many of the skills that are part of being a good lawyer help me succeed in the HR realm. And it's the same reasons why lots of people say, oh, go to grad school. Those, even if you don't end up doing that thing, it'll be really useful. Reading carefully and making sure, like a big part of contract law, which is not something really I do now, I remember one of my law professors really talking about the importance of ensuring that you're documenting the actual agreement, not just what the paper says, but what's the point. And that is inherent in almost every conversation with employees. What are they trying to get across, or what is a manager trying to land, and what is an employee trying to understand? what's the benefit of what's going on, what's the downside, and being clear about those things. So all of sort of those basic skills around, you know, reading, writing, driving towards clarity are a big part, I think, of what makes a successful experience for people with HR.
Interesting. Because what you're talking about is, you know, we often think, well, HR is where the heart is inside of an
Yes.
organization. And we often don't think historically, you know, the attorneying is where the heart is. But what you're talking about is driving clarity, and clarity is kindness.
Totally. I completely believe that. And I think it's doing attorneys a disservice if they're not asked to have a heart. Because I think everyone needs to think about what they're doing in many contexts, but certainly doing HR a disservice if it's like we don't have a head. And I think all those things have to go together. I think of it, you know, head, heart, and hands, because you need to not only think about things deeply, care about people, and then do the work to be successful.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, I know that you are a believer that we can do a better job individually, collectively, in keeping our personal and professional lives in harmony. And some environments, honestly, some days are more conducive to that than others. But where do we start with this?
Well, I think number one, like I love the, you know, the subheading of our Zoom today, you know, finding this personal and professional harmony. I think the idea of balance or perfect harmony is, of course, like a little bit of a pipe dream. So some of it is compassion or self-awareness that, you know, harmony is sort of achieved in a rare moment, but more it's striving for that all the time. So that we, you know, are caring about ourselves when things aren't totally perfect. But in the long run, I really think about things, and I know you do too, in a way of like, how do I bring my best self to all the things that I'm doing personally and professionally? And I've learned over time that I can't be the best person in the office or at home or anywhere in between if I haven't done the basic things to make myself feel good, you know, taking care of oneself. And some of this feels basic, but if you're not getting enough sleep, if you're not doing exercise, if you're not drinking water and eating right, you know, you're just not going to be performing at your best. And I understand there are crises that happen and those things fall away for 24 hours every now and again, but you can't sustainably, you know, ignore those like physical imperatives and still be successful in any way, because you know, we're all, you know, human beings, and we can't help it if those things aren't right. We can ignore it as much as we want. It's still going to come out, and we're going to be shorter with people. We're going to be less creative. We're going to be less forgiving. All those things that if we bring our best selves to work, you know, that it's a holistic thing.
Beautiful. So at an individual level, what gets in the way of this? I feel like we have all this good information about the things we're supposed to be doing, and still we don't take action. What has been helpful for you in actually moving from information into action?
Yeah. I think for me, it's just sort of an awareness over time that if I don't prioritize those things, I see where I'm failing. And for me, it hasn't been like some catastrophic failure where I had to, like, you know, stop the presses and do everything differently. But in little things, you know, when I might have told you this story before, Scott, but when I was at LinkedIn, I had a pretty big team in Singapore. And a lot of times it seemed like we would be having late night calls with Singapore, of course, because of the time change. And I never wanted to always be the one saying, do it on my time schedule. So for a few weeks and over a few course of months, I would always be having Singapore calls at 10 p.m. And then I realized I was starting to really not like my Singaporean team. And I was starting to say no to all the requests that were coming in. And it was like, well, why? Was it, I had helped hire those people. I knew they were really good at their jobs. What was going on? Well, the problem was every time I was talking to them, I was thinking, when can I go to bed? Well, I'm tired. I've used up my goodwill for the day.
Yeah.
And I had to sort of think about, okay, how can I reschedule these things so that there's a little more of a balance? And lo and behold, then I'm able to have lovely conversations with the outstanding team that I've gotten a different place, who has started to think that I'm like the worst. So the worst of all time. So, like that's one example. But I mean, I think whatever it is in your own life, if you can kind of examine, okay, what's not going right and what are the factors that might contribute to that? And I sort of have learned over time that I have to prioritize some of those basic things so that I bring my best self. And I the expression, you can't pour from an empty cup, I think is very evocative of that feeling. I want to try and always bring empathy and energy and creativity to problems that I'm facing. And those are just not things that are at their highest, when I'm hangry or exhausted.
Exactly. Good.
Yeah.
At the organizational level, as an HR leader, as an organization from HR, what role does HR have in helping create this balance or this harmony or this sense of wellness among employees?
I think that HR people play a really important role. And the thing is, I don't think that the HR person in the room always has to be the one who is the font of all the goodness around this. I think a good HR team sets up structures that help leaders and employees understand how to find that in themselves. And whether that's, creating situations where you're reminded of wellness, or you're just reminded of the importance of how to have some one-on-one interactions with employees and focus in on people as individuals. Like all of those things, HR can really just be there as that little like voice of reason or reminder for people, because we are all inherently so busy, and the pace of work that we're all in, and especially for those of us who I think are in the tech realm, there are constantly a few different screens going and many different ways that people are pinging us, whether it's phone, Slack, email, text, and there's just a cacophony of noise. And so if HR can just help managers, employees realize, okay, you have to take the second and understand that it's better to have a 20-minute one-on-one with an employee who's having a tough day or whom you need to give feedback, and really utilize that time, then block a 45-minute one-on-one and be multitasking a few different ways. And so I feel like good HR sets up structures that remind people of all this, and then also hopefully create sort of organizational capacities that are efficient don't waste a lot of people's time either, because
Mm.
there are sort of operational things around HR that can take a lot of time or a little. And, if you can set up great information for people where they get their questions answered about how they seek mental health support quickly if they need it, then it doesn't become a crisis that a bunch of people have to react to. If employees start to realize, oh, I can go to a wiki page or this chat bot and be connected with where those services are, that's like, then HR is doing their job. If that's like a black box and you've got to go through 5 people to get there, no bueno.
Right. It adds to the noise. It goes going back
Yeah.
to that clarity is kindness. Yeah, that's
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm personally interested in is talking about conscious business, refining what it means. What does it mean to be a conscious leader? I'd be interested to get your perspective on that, having worked for a variety of different types of leaders. What do you think a conscious business is, or a conscious leader?
I probably am a bigger believer in a conscious leader. I think as individuals, we all really can have a responsibility to do a good job with the functions of our role, achieving the competencies that are needed, making impacts. But we also have responsibilities as humans to have, EQ and be aware of others and interact with people in a way that's warm and compassionate and empathetic. And I know that when people do that, they create connections that always give back, and it's a flywheel. So I think the more that we help leaders understand that too, they not only need to make the right strategic decisions for a business to succeed, but they need to think about how they model behavior they want to see in organizations. I think that's all super important. I think asking that of an entity is, for me lately, in the way like the economy has been and the ups and downs of the world as a macro environment, it's a little tougher. I'd rather think about networks of conscious leaders and how all that sort of builds upon itself.
Beautiful.
I don't know. Tell me what you think about it, because I
No,
always feel like I learned from you.
I think it always starts with the individual, in my opinion, and that organizations, companies, groups, teams are just collections of those individuals, right? So they go hand in hand. But for me, if a business can balance the needs of all of its stakeholders, then it's moving towards being a conscious business. Meaning, if
Yeah.
a group can solve for customers, solve for shareholders, because you have to stay in business, and solve for employees, and create a nice balance between the three. So we're solving for the big we instead of just the little me, then we're
Uh-huh.
onto something.
Yeah. That sounds like perfect organizational harmony. And
Yeah.
maybe that's a little bit like the personal and professional harmony. It's like, if you can achieve that perfect equilibrium every now and again, that's awesome. Like, that's the total peak of success. But knowing you're just striving for it is great.
Right. So thinking about, I know a lot of your career has been in tech, and tech industry over the last couple of years has done tons of layoffs, big ballooning in hiring and then layoffs. And one of the questions I've been wrestling with is there a conscious way or a humane way to do layoffs, a better way than, a better way? And I'm curious, like, what does that look like?
Yeah, it's something I've thought a lot about. Instacart did have to do some layoffs earlier this year, and it was something that we thought long and hard about. How do we do this in a way that's best? And it's because we really wanted to be caring for all of our employees, and we thought about, we think about employees from the very first day certainly to the very last and beyond, and we wanted people to be leaving sort of as fans of the company and didn't want that last experience to be a bad one. And it's really a challenge where our teams decided to bias was kind of back to that clarity is caring. We tried to get people who were impacted information about the situation as quickly and as clearly as we could, so that no one was in limbo, any longer than they had to be about what this meant for them, whether that was, details of the severance package and how COBRA works and, all the dates and how that would impact them. We really biased towards providing that as quickly and as clearly as possible. And I think that, it is tough because to some degree, the way to be as quick and clear with that is to be acting in a way that's not necessarily one-to-one as an individual, which is tough because when you have a very tough personal situation, we want to talk to someone one-to-one. That's like, you inherently want to get there. And but we were trying to do this in a way when we know we had a large number of people who are being impacted. So we had to do some one-to-many communications quickly and then offer up the opportunity for people to follow up and have any one-to-one discussions that they needed. And that was sort of the speed to information was where we hoped would start to help people put their anxiety at rest. It doesn't make these situations easier. But what I didn't want was for people to feel in limbo and wondering any longer than they had to be.
That seems like a good place to start. And how did it go? And is there anything that you learned from the process? If you had to do it again, is there anything you'd do differently?
It's just, I think that if I had to do it differently, you never want to have to do layoffs. So if I had to, I'd rather not do it again. These things are business imperatives that are just very hard. And it's, I wish that there was a way to help people impacted in these kinds of situations. When you open the paper these days, there's still pretty much a lot of that happening. And to help people really try and move away from taking that personally, not to take sort of the changes in a business setting where these are sort of, again, business decisions being made at a corporate level as something that people take too personally. And I'd love to figure out if there's a way to help to land those messages a little more for folks.
Yeah.
Because I think it's just hard for people. We all take our jobs so seriously. We want to succeed. Success professionally is something that people really lionize in our society. And it's not always something that's going, layoffs show us that it's not a perfect meritocracy. These things happen, and good people are impacted. And if there was a way to sort of help everyone sort of understand that a little more deeply, I'd love to get there.
Beautiful. How do we, because part of our role is driving culture and creating this culture where people feel connected, and sometimes we even use the word family, and I know you might have a reaction to that word, but the sense of it, and that sense of we're all in the same tribe or the same group.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, there's the real needs of the business, sometimes including letting people go. And so how do we find that balance? I mean, we are talking about harmony. How do we find that harmony?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's you know, family is I think tough. I mean, like for me, I have really deep friendships with many people who I met professionally, and then you become friends beyond the professional setting. And sometimes those friends become like family. And I've definitely been in situations where, you know, professional colleagues that have become friends care for you in a way that is like family. I try to avoid using family again in the writ corporate setting because I think it's just I think that starts to make a promise that I don't think, a capitalist society can really make good on. And so, that's where I am a huge fan of creating deep relationships amongst individuals in the professional setting. And I think that's where, I would index. But again, in finding personal and professional harmony, I also think about the importance of cultivating personal friendships outside of work and familial relationships, and all of those things have an important place in our lives. And I would say if you find yourself in a situation where, every day or every week you're only talking to people from work, like I would suggest it's worth creating more relationships outside of that environment too, because that's going to enrich your life, and that enriches your life professionally as well.
Cool. We've covered some good territory from, kind of career management and finding balance. I know you have family members, a daughter who's kind of new in the work environment. I'm curious what advice you give her in terms of managing career, knowing, knowing what you know about your own career.
Yes. Well, yes. So you and I have like similar aged kids, and I have my oldest is a 23-year-old who has her first job. And it really brings to light for me, how much, how different the work world is for someone who's brand new in it. And so we have talked about things where she will call me after a tough day at work and really be concerned that a mistake she's made is going to be, a career suicide, 3 months into her career. And we'll talk through it, and we talk about the importance of like having a little bit of the goldfish mindset. Okay, you make a mistake and you learn from it and you move forward and you move on. At LinkedIn we'd say next play, but that sort of that resiliency is important for people new and in the working world overall. For those of us who've been working for a while, part of the reason I think we can keep doing it is like, hey, there are little foot faults that happen. You continue to learn, grow, do better next time. The other thing is with the sort of remote environment or flex first, I think the newer you are in a job, the more important it is that you take advantage of building relationships and learning from your colleagues. And so I would suggest that, especially if you are remote, it's worth making extra efforts to build up a rapport and a communication string so that you have someone you can bounce ideas off of in whatever environment you're in, so you learn more about how things are done there. And those have been some of the advice that I've given her recently.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Thanks.
I know you are at Instacart. Any shout outs for the work that you and your team are doing there?
Oh, I think our team is just doing some great work, and I love, what Instacart does. What pulled me to them originally was, to create access to food and more time for people to enjoy it. And I know that a lot of people watching this are, very busy working professionals, and so I hope that Instacart eases sometimes your need for groceries or any other things that can be delivered quickly.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. But before we leave, what's one thing that gives you hope?
I think one thing that gives me hope is that there are so many good people out there in the working world that I come upon every day who, in whatever job they might have, really show love and caring for their colleagues, whether they know them well or not, whether they have HR in their title or not. And, 9 times out of 10 or more, I am consistently surprised by people wanting to do the right thing and help others. And I really believe that that's inherent in how most people approach their day.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. All right.
Thanks, Scott.
Christina
It's been
Hall,
fun.
thank you so much for being with us.
It's been lovely to talk to you. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Take care.
Bye.
Excellent. All right, my friends. Next up, a special treat. I'm a little jealous I don't get to do the interview on this one, but we're going to bring Cher up here, who is the lucky one. Hi, Cher. How are you doing today?
Hi, Scott. I know this is like one of the highlights of my week or my month. So I'm so excited.
Beautiful. Well, enjoy.
Take care. Hi, everyone. We're so excited to welcome Sharon Salzberg to spend time with us today. Hi, Sharon.
Hi, I feel honored.
We all fought over who got to interview you, and because I'm the biggest one, just kidding, I'm like 5 foot. I arm wrestled all of the guys virtually, and I won. So
That's great.
that's great. I just wanted, if people aren't familiar with you, I just wanted to introduce you by saying Sharon Salzberg is the leading voices, heart, and expertise of loving kindness meditation. She's authored many books. Ones that really come to mind for me for this conversation are Real Life, Real Love, and Real Happiness at Work, which is so key for this conversation. She is the co-founder of the Insight Meditation Society that she co-founded in 1974. She's constantly reminding me how we express our values through how we live our lives. So welcome, Sharon.
Thank you so much.
So this conversation is called The Art of Mindful Connection. And we have had a lot of conversations that kind of went around mindfulness. We've had these mindfulness moments in between. So I really wanted to ask you, how do you think and feel about mindfulness being a mainstream conversation from the difference in the 70s? And can you share what mindfulness is? Because I think people have a lot of different ideas of what it is.
Sure. Well, I mean, even classically, the word mindfulness is used in a lot of different ways. It can mean a lot of different things. I tend to define it as a quality of awareness that connects to what's happening without the intrusion of so much bias. So old fears or projection into the future, like this is going to last forever, or a sense of isolation. I'm the only one who ever feels this. All these kinds of filters can really distort what we're perceiving in the moment. And so mindfulness is not the non-arising of those filters, but not getting caught up in them, so that we have a kind of cleaner, clearer view of what our experience actually is. And I feel a lot of different things about what's called the mindfulness movement, somewhat amused and startled and amazed and very happy, basically. When I first came back from India in 1974, I came back as a teacher because one of my teachers had told me to teach, and I'd be at a party or some social situation, and people would say, as we do, "What do you do?" And I'd say, "I teach meditation." And they'd kind of go, "Oh," and sort of sidle away, or every once in a while they'd say to me, did you meet the Beatles when you were over there? And I'd say, no, sadly, they went when I was in high school, and different style anyway. But, and mindfulness is considered a kind of key ingredient in doing meditation practice. And so, but no one ever used the word mindfulness in those days at all. So we just called it meditation.
I apologize. Real life is happening, and people virtually are delivering things to my door. So I apologize for my dog being in the present moment.
It's kind of fun,
I love when you always say that in loving kindness meditation. If it wanders or life happens, it's okay. Bring yourself back. And as you were talking about the different kind of, like, did you know the Beatles? One of the things that I've heard you talk about is that the science has really caught up in the neuroscience. And so for people who are a little concerned around the spiritual aspects, could you share what the most exciting piece of that neuroscience is for you in helping people understand mindfulness and the clarity it brings?
Well, I should say that in general, if I were introduced to someone these days as a meditation teacher or a mindfulness instructor or something like that, the most common response I'd get would be something like, I'm so stressed out, I should try that. Or occasionally, my partner should really do that. They could really use that, or things like that. And I think the change from 1974 has largely been because of science and research. And it's a whole other language with which to describe these methods, these techniques. It makes it pretty clear, I hope, that you don't need to be involved or certainly enmeshed in a belief system. This is about the power of one's own mind and awareness and capacities we all actually have that are usually not so finely developed for most of us, but we can actually grow them. Probably the neuroscientist I refer to the most these days is a friend, a woman named Amishi Jha, who's got a lab at the University of Miami, and she tests mindfulness she studies mindfulness in people in high stress occupations like the military, high performance athletes, first responders like firefighters. And so she's really tried to distill what might be most realistic and useful for people like that. And what she has said her lab has found is 12 minutes a day of practice, of formal practice, which would mean sitting or walking meditation, 3 to 5 times a week actually makes for significant changes in one's life. And I do tease her because she's a friend. And I say, first of all, I don't know if it's that healthy to go for the bare minimum, but the bare minimum was what she was looking for. It's like the lowest effective dose and something people will actually do when their livelihoods are so stressful. And I also say self-knowledge figures into this, because for me, 3 to 5 times a week actually won't work. It's like it would be Monday and I'd think I'll start on Wednesday. It'll be Wednesday and I'll think I'll do it 3 times on Saturday, and I'd never do it. But every day is actually an easier structure for me. And so if one wants to undertake or renew a meditation practice, we can just look, what helps support me, what helps make it easier, what makes it more difficult, and see if we can put that structure into place.
Right. I will say that one of the most used apps on my iPhone is the Insight meditation timer, and what's available for people on that. Just like when people are using their ChatGPT on their phones or some way to build that in. And I share that with my clients and my students at the university as well. So you were talking about the neuroscience research and that she's working with frontline workers and people in stressful situations. And, there are a lot of people who are people leaders and HR leaders across the globe today. And I'm curious if you would share with us kind of your wisdom on the need for mindful connection at work today, because these are frontline people dealing with people going through all sorts of things.
Definitely. I mean, my kind of work, so to speak, in that arena began actually with caregivers, people we use the term caregivers for, nurses, physicians, domestic violence shelter workers, people really on the front lines of a lot of suffering in society. And as these retreats or programs would be announced, I'd often get a call from like a manager somewhere saying, can I come? Do I qualify? Like, I have this team, and I try to nurture them at the same time as fulfill the mission of the organization. And we'd always say yes, like, how could we overlook that work? Because so many of the same issues appear for any of us, in certainly in that kind of work. Having to look at one's motivation, what do I really want to get out of this encounter, this relationship, often being a mentor to somebody, having that kind of compassion or empathy and a realistic sense of limits, that we can't actually do someone else's job for them, but we might be awfully tempted to do that for a whole variety of different reasons, or understanding that things might take time, that we're not in absolute control, but having that coupled with the need for excellence or performance, and often having to make decisions that are very difficult, that will affect a larger group of people. And so I really feel kind of deeply into that, the nature of that kind of work, and admire it a lot. And I think that these tools could be of great benefit.
Absolutely. And I guess going into that a little deeper, so many people leaders today are have teams and global teams that are dealing with burnout and also this air of loneliness. Can you share kind of the impact of mindfulness and the conversation around belonging?
I used to read even before the pandemic about the role of social connection in different healing modalities and different clinical conditions. And I kept thinking, it can't be like a numbers game. Like, I only have 3 friends, I need 8, something like that. Because I know, perhaps we all know people who are big introverts in a lot of ways, and they're not out doing a lot with a lot of people, but they feel deeply connected, and a tremendous sense of belonging to kind of a larger picture of humanity, or, a team or something like that. And the more I felt into it and the more I thought about it, the more I thought that it, I think is really true. It's an inner sense of belonging, and it's remembering that success is not as individualistic often as we might tend to think. Like, my very favorite question in going into an organization or a company to teach has been, who else needs to be doing their job well for you to do your job well? And mostly it resonates. I sort of came to it a lot during the pandemic, talking to a physician who was running a very large medical practice in a hospital. And he said, who I have an increased appreciation for is the cleaning staff. And I thought, oh yeah, right. Pandemic, like, look at that. And sometimes that doesn't resonate with people. So then I move on to, do you commute to work? Do you ever think about the train engineer or the car mechanic, or are you working from home? It's a technology company, and sometimes that doesn't resonate either. So then I move on to, have you eaten today? And if you don't grow all your own food, just imagine for a moment the person who planted that seed and harvested the crop and transported it and provided it or sold it to you. And our lives, every moment of our lives, is really part of this kind of chain of connection. And the more we realize that, say, at a place of work, I think the more effective and the better feeling it is for everybody.
Gosh, that's so true. And I'm really curious that we had that focus on that during the pandemic. I mean, what has changed in your teaching or conversations? Have people just gone back to being void of that, or do you see a different focus for belonging or loneliness?
I think there's, a lot more emphasis. There's a lot more awareness of loneliness and people's isolation, and it hasn't been so easy for a lot of people to emerge. And I think the fragility of people, say one's team, perhaps needs to be recognized. And I learned a lot, I learned so much reading those chats, teaching on Zoom, and, people would post things like the unforgettable comment of, I'm a resident in a nursing home. I haven't had a visitor in a year. You think about that, and sort of the way so many people lived for that period of time, or if you were in healthcare in any way, and the pressure and the distress and so on. And so I'm hoping that we will have opened to one another in a different way.
And that kind of leads me into with so many different, the Ukraine, we have what's going on in Gaza. Can you talk a little bit? I'm sure people have heard mindfulness, but can you talk about kindness and compassion and its role in our world today?
Well, many years ago, I wrote a book called The Heart as Wide as the World. It was my second book, so it was like 1996 or 1997. And I changed the title of it after I heard a colleague of mine give a talk using the phrase, heart as wide as the world. And I can't even remember what the book was going to be called, but I called my publisher and I said, I want to change the title, which they were not really happy about, but they were very kind. And that meant it needed a new cover design. And so they started sending me all these samples. This is, by mail. It was a long time ago. And because of the title, the new title, Heart as Wide as the World, all the covers were kind of like vistas and wide open spaces. But one, I think it was a Van Gogh print actually. It was like this big yellow sky and these little crumbled huts and corner, and it looked like a scene of devastation. And I said to a friend, looks like this should be the cover for the Grapes of Wrath or something like that. And I showed it to another friend and she took a look at it and she said, this looks like a world that could use some love. And while that did not become the cover, that phrase has stayed with me now for decades. This looks like a world that could use some love. And so that is very meaningful to me as I look at the world situation. And we also need clarity and we need policy and we need many things, but underlying all of that for me is love. And I also think of this line in a movie, Dan in Real Life, that Peter Hedges wrote and directed. And his line was, love is not a feeling, it's an ability. And of course it is a feeling, but when we think of love as a feeling, it also can be like a commodity and in the hands of someone else. And that means they can give it to us or they can take it away from us. And then there's no love in our lives. But if love is an ability, it's within us. And other people may ignite it or inspire it or threaten it, but ultimately it is ours. And this was very much in my mind when I was writing that book, Real Love, which you mentioned, because I came to think, if love is an ability, it's also my responsibility. Like if I want more love present in a conversation, maybe I have to bring it in. Or in a workplace, maybe I have to be the one to introduce it more. Or looking at the world instead of falling into hatred and positionality and fear and so many other things. What if I was dedicating myself more to the extension of love in this world? And so that's kind of my own life commitment. And it is manifest through practices like loving kindness meditation, where we actually actively do that. We extend love to ourselves and to others, and then ultimately to the world.
I got really moved by that. It's very funny in the corporate world. We talk a lot, and even small businesses, about aligning your purpose and there's a lot of talk about purpose, in which I kind of feel like the work world has this addiction to purpose. Because if you really ask me what my purpose is, because it was kind of taboo to talk about love in the work world, and always at the source of all of my business purposes is to love people well. And that if I can do that, in every action in my life, then I will actually have my purpose instead of, being a whatever, wherever. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you. That's really beautiful. I mean, we don't have to call it love, of course. There are a lot of cultures in which work cultures where you wouldn't want to call it love per se, but respect or, mutuality, or even just that understanding of interconnection is a form of love. And I think it's really important. It doesn't weaken us or make us kind of sloppy or sentimental. It really strengthens us.
Yeah, I think that we've gotten smarter at using the words empathy and compassion. And I think that when we talk about mindfulness, or we talk about energy and creativity, that those are all these like small little ladders to more love in the world. So, great. So I think another topic I just would love to hear about, is when we talked about how do we help people have belonging, or we talk about inclusion or inclusive leadership. I'd love for you to share with us your learnings and wisdom around that.
Well, one of the things I think mindfulness practice really helps us with is seeing our own assumptions, and how we can, maybe never having met a person, but having heard about them from somebody else, when we do meet them, not really listen and not really look at them and not really take them in, because that idea of them is standing in the way. And sometimes even in defining mindfulness, we describe this and we say, you were told this person is really boring, so you're not really listening to them. You're thinking about the email you need to write or whatever. And then you realize that, and you kind of gather your attention, just like we do in meditation practice, to really arrive more fully. And you do listen, you do take them in. And maybe at the end of that encounter, you leave thinking, wow, that person's so boring, but maybe not, because life is full of surprises when we actually pay attention. And so we extend a feeling of belonging by listening, by being present, even if we don't agree with somebody, they feel it, that we're not kind of sitting there thinking, and I would rather talk to anybody else, and seeing our own assumptions is not easy. I tell a story somewhere about a friend of mine had a sculpture, she told me, that was going to be in this museum in Washington, D.C., and the museum being part of the Smithsonian. And I happened to be going to Washington, D.C., so I went there looking for her sculpture, and I walked up and down and up and down. The Smithsonian has these like wide corridors, and it's a certain kind of architecture. I walked up and down and up and down, and I could not find her sculpture. And I finally, my mind went all the way to, I have to be, just my luck, I have to be the one to tell her. They decided not to put it up. They stuck it in the basement somewhere, and walking up and down and up and down. And then getting ready to leave, I just kind of casually looked over my shoulder, and there it was up against the wall. And she had never said it was like a freestanding sculpture, but I just assumed that. Right? So I wasn't looking in the right place. And there's so many ways with people we make an assumption, based on conditioning, based on nothing much sometimes, and we hold it. And I think that's one of the greatest gifts we can give to people, is to actually listen. But to do that, we have to be able to see what's going on in our own minds and what the barriers are to that in the moment.
That's amazing. And I'm curious about the chatter in our heads, right? You've such a beautiful way of bringing people back. And I know that people are in all different stages of learning to have mindful activities. And like, what would you, tell people who are just starting to meditate and have this constant monkey mind going on?
I think what's really important is to understand it's going to be there. Going back to me being introduced as a meditation teacher to people, probably the single most common comment I hear these days, aside from my partner should really meet you, is, I tried that once, I failed at it. And people think they failed at it because they still had thoughts. They still had nasty thoughts maybe, and they still got sleepy, or anxiety kept coming up. And one of the basic principles of mindfulness practice is that none of that is a problem, because the idea is not to get rid of anything, but to develop a different relationship to it all. It's one thing to have a barrage of thoughts. It's another thing to buy into them. You know, and suddenly you're getting up in the middle of the pouring rain and getting in your car and going to buy something which you actually don't really want, but you had the thought. You know, we do so much of that. Or we fall into this pit of self-criticism that is leading nowhere. It's not helping us get a better sense of how to improve or anything. You know, we're just going round and round and round and round and becoming exhausted. And learning how to have some space, even when these thoughts arise, not to buy into them so much, is really crucial. It's a tremendous life skill. But that doesn't mean they're not going to arise.
Yeah.
You know, and so do not despair, really, truly. And even if you get caught, you won't be caught for as long, and that time will get shorter and shorter. So, you know, having some understanding of what to expect and what is unrealistic, I think, is really important.
So in talking about spaciousness, that always kind of makes me think of, you know, this interesting conundrum around work-life balance and space and harmony. And I know in some of your writing, you talk about that. And can you share with us your perspective on that?
Well, I'm not sure work-life balance is, you know, classically put out is ever going to happen, actually, for a lot of people, including me. But it's more a question. It's a different kind of balance. You know, it's sometimes I say my favorite definition of mindfulness came from this article that was in the New York Times many years ago about one of the first pilot programs bringing mindfulness into the classroom. So this was a 4th grade classroom in Oakland, California. So the kids are like 9 or 10 years old. So the journalist asked one of the kids, "What is mindfulness? What is mindfulness?" And he replied, "Mindfulness means not hitting someone in the mouth. That's what mindfulness means." And I thought, that is a great definition. Because what does it imply? It implies, you know, you're feeling angry when you're starting to feel angry, not after you've sent the email, you know, not after you've disrupted the meeting, but as it's beginning, you're that in touch. And it implies a certain balanced relationship to the anger. If we just get sucked into it and overwhelmed all the time, we'll likely hit a lot of people in the mouth, because life can be really frustrating. But at the same time, if we hate what we're feeling and we're ashamed of it and we try to deny it and push it down, we get tighter and tighter and tighter until we explode. It's not going to work. So we say mindfulness is like the place in the middle where you can recognize what's going on. You're not lost in it, and you're also not pushing against it. And when we have that relationship to what we're experiencing, then space opens up. And in that space, maybe we see options we didn't see before, or creativity can arise. Like I like to think of that kid thinking, hit someone in the mouth last week, didn't work out that well. Maybe I'll try this, you know, something like that. And so it doesn't leave us inert or passive. It leaves us with more opportunity to act.
So good. If I could just tell everybody, you know, in the next meetings I'm in this week, like, okay, the goal is not to hit anybody in the mouth today in that version of it. So we have a few minutes left. I wanted to ask you, what are you writing about or thinking about the most these days?
I'm not writing a book. I had two come out last year. So, although one of them is coming out in paperback in April. I've been doing, interestingly enough, audio versions of some of my older books that didn't have audio versions. The first book I wrote was called Loving Kindness, about that meditative approach, and that came out in 1995 and never had an audio version, strictly speaking. So I was just recording that. So it gave me the chance to re-encounter myself from 1993, 1994, and the things I emphasized and what I said and how I said it. And some of it was like a little bit like, whoa, that's intense, you know? I wonder if they'll let me add a sentence kind of adding some nuance. And the answer was no. But and then the other book I did, I had co-authored with Bob Thurman, who's a Tibetan Buddhist scholar, called Love Your Enemies. And that came out about 10 years ago. I never had an audio version. So I also got to contrast the 1993 version of me with the later version of me, which was very interesting.
That's amazing. And then just our last question, which is the question of the month for me with everyone right now, is what inspires you?
People, and I'd say almost especially younger people, and there are a lot of younger people than I, do inspire me with their commitment to seeing change and their sense of possibility. I think it's really very hopeful.
Excellent. Well, Sharon, thank you so much. Such a joy and honor to spend time with you today.
Thank you. Can we see your doggy at the end? Or
I think he's asleep. Here. Dead dog. There's Arlo.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, Arlo. Sharon, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, everyone. We are at the end of day 3. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow to continue the conversation, and have a mindfully connected day. Talk to you all soon. Bye-bye.